It's 7 o'clock. Kyle, are we ready to go?
I believe we're ready.
You ready? Let's start. All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Ferndale City Council meeting via Zoom. It is Monday, June 22nd, and let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag
of
America,
For which it stands, indivisible, with justice
for all. Excellent. Next is roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lake State,
here,
Councilmember Mikulski.
Here.
Councilmember Ball.
Here.
Yeah.
Here. We are all here tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Next is the approval of the agenda. Need a motion from council member to approve the agenda. Or
I move that we accept the agenda as presented.
I would like to make an amendment.
okay.
I would request that item 8B to the regular agenda.
Support that.
Okay. We're moving to the regular agenda, and that will become item 9. It's a long agenda tonight. It will become 9F.
And I had a quick question. Do we need to move 8Q, the approval of the year-end budget amendment for fiscal year 2019 through 2020, due to our approval of the loan, 9D?
I'll let city manager answer that.
I was on mute. Through the chair, this is a question of function and procedure. So the short-term loan cash function budget reconciliation of the consent, general fund return on the regular.
If I could, through the chair, Joe, is the reconciliation consent item, does that already contemplate the proposed interloan from the general fund to the auto park fund?
Yes, it does.
Well, procedurally, then you might want to have, pull out, I think, you may have that on the regular. That way, the process of approval regarding the loan is taken care of and more or less by the adoption to the correct budget. G.
9G.
Through the chair.
You could, there's council as and the extent that there is an issue that
Bump everything. So you will become 9E. And 9E will become 9F. 9F that we just had was okay. I'm just going to notes so I don't forget as we roll in.
Council Leaks made motion, so I don't know if Mayor Tem Leaks May, if she would like to correct her motion that I interrupted.
It's okay. Great interruptions. Move that we accept the agenda as presented with amendments.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Leaks May, and I hear supported by Mikulski. Madam Clerk, may we have?
That was me,
Oh,
Madam.
all right.
We sound alike.
Mixed up, yes. Supported by Councilwoman James.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May,
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski,
Yes.
Councilmember Polika,
Yes.
and Mayor Piana.
Yes. And that is the approval of the agenda. And next is just electronic meeting procedures. And I'm going to ask Dan Christ, our legal counsel. We've had a governor announcement this week and the executive order.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as council is aware, Governor Whitmer has issued several executive orders, both Executive Order 15 and Executive Order 75, which allowed for remote electronic public meetings during this pandemic and a consequence of the pandemic. She most recently has issued Executive Order number 129, which extends the authority for public bodies to have remote electronic meetings through July 31st of next month in order to carry out its business, and that is permitted as an exception to the normal Open Meeting Act requirements. And then, Your Honor, as you've typically indicated in the past, the public still has an opportunity to participate in this meeting through several different methods, through the Zoom raise the hand feature, which Assistant City Manager is managing during call to audience, as well as a call-in number, which is identified on the council agenda. I believe that phone-in number is 877-853-5247. And those parties that are interested in participating have an opportunity to speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not on the agenda, for a period of time of 3 minutes, consistent with the council's rules of procedure.
Excellent. Thank you for that update and what's guiding us forward this evening. So we're here till the end of July, until we're back in, hopefully in council chambers in August. All right, next up are our presentations on the agenda. And the first item is 5A, and it's the Ferndale Accessibility and Inclusion Commission celebrates 30 years of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And will Marnie be introducing this, or is this Councilwoman Leaks May, who is the council liaison to this board?
I'm happy to introduce this, if that's okay.
No, please do.
Okay. So, you actually already introduced it, but but as the liaison to the Accessibility and Inclusion Committee, we are currently about to celebrate the 30th anniversary of celebrate 30 years of regarding the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I believe that the chair, Alan Heil, I never knew how to say your name, Alan, your last name, but I believe he might be here, or someone on his behalf, to kind of go through a little presentation. Oh, there you are. Go through a presentation regarding what this means and how the city can move forward and be aware and be proactive regarding individuals with disabilities. So, Alan, if you'd like to go ahead with your presentation, if you're ready.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for
Just,
joining us tonight.
I'm going to change my name real quick.
How do you pronounce your last name, Alan?
It's Hale.
Hale. Got
Yep.
it. Okay. Okay.
I can
Yeah,
take
my
care of that,
wife.
Alan.
My wife and I have a joint Zoom account, so.
I'll
Cute.
fix that for you. You can go ahead with your presentation.
All right, yeah. So my name's Alan Hale. I'm currently serving as the chairman for the Ferndale Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Commission. We're here tonight to talk about the ADA 30th anniversary. So just a little bit about our commission. We're relatively new. We just reformed the commission back in January. This commission existed about a decade ago as the Ferndale Disability Advisory Commission. It ended around, I think, 2010. Several people in our community identified a need for highlighting accessibility in Ferndale and working through a few issues that the city has right now. So we currently have 6 members, and we have Raylon is serving as our council liaison. So I'm going to jump into, there's a quick history of accessibility rights in the US. It has a really tragic start where there were no rights for people with disabilities in the early 1900s. And in fact, eugenics was a concept that started in the US with the forced sterilization of people with disabilities. And I think you all know where kind of forced sterilization went around the world after that. But luckily, post-World War II, we have a lot of progress being made. One of the fun facts I always like to highlight is the curb cut was invented here in Michigan, in Kalamazoo, just before they hit Berkeley. So we have that kind of claim to fame of some grassroots efforts for people with disabilities after World War II. We have in 1948 is when the UN declared Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that paved the way for how countries should treat human beings. And then we've got the civil rights movement in the 1960s. Without that, there would be no rights for people with disabilities. 1970s is where, following the civil rights movement in the 60s, in the 70s, it was highlighted that there were people that were just hidden away in institutions. And that treatment really came to the forefront of public awareness. And so movements were passed against that. And then we get into 1990, where there's a very moving video called The Crawl on Capitol Hill. And this is where people had to literally get out of their wheelchairs to go up the Capitol steps in Washington, D.C., because our government was not accessible. So that's what spurned ADA being passed, and it had wide support from both parties. George Bush Sr. is the one who signed it into effect. And now I have the pleasure tonight of saying we're celebrating 30 years of the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, this July.
Excellent.
So just real quick, there are 4 kind of main categories of disability that we discuss: physical mobility, cognitive disability, auditory and vision. There's a lot of subcategories under these, and this is really just the tip of the iceberg on this slide. There are also both visible and invisible disabilities, but this is what our commission is trying to account for as we're looking for issues to tackle. And then this is kind of the summary of the proclamation we're hoping for. So July 26th marks the official 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was a milestone for accessibility and civil rights. What we're hoping to do is proclaim July as a celebration of accessibility and also Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Month. So we want to take time next month to highlight kind of the history of both the ADA, but also what's been done in Ferndale by the commission and what's been done to make our city and government accessible. And we want to highlight any organizations and practices that our local businesses and community are doing. And then a call to action. So we're going to try to publish every week different steps people can take in these different categories of disability that can embrace ADA practices for both our own city services and also our local businesses. So week 1 will be the physical, week 2 auditory, week 3 vision, week 4 cognitive. I've got a screenshot here of kind of a big recent win of Ferndale Project, one of our newer businesses that has really taken the charge in leading equitable access of their business. They used to have a very gravel patio that was not welcoming to people with wheelchairs or disabilities. And during coronavirus, they took the time to make it fully accessible and brick that over. So I think this is where I just want to publicly invite anyone throughout the month of July or anytime, come to us with your ideas. We have a new Facebook page up that I linked, and you can always find out how to directly contact us through the city website. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
If I can, through the chair, what I just wanted to, I know we have a loaded agenda, so I won't read the proclamation right now, but I would like to, Marnie, if we could have the proclamation put in a folder so that I can present it to Alan and the members of the commission so that they can have it on hand, if possible. Okay. Provided it passes tonight.
Yeah. Alan, just thank you for your leadership, steering this commission back into its purpose and having an impact on Ferndale. So I appreciate you volunteering to help the city.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Next on the agenda is 5B, which is the presentation of the June Beautification Awards. And I see Robin and Suzanne here joining us tonight. And who is, it looks like Robin's giving the presentation. Oops, we need you to unmute, Robin.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome this evening.
Thank you. Greetings, council and attendees. It's my pleasure, even at a distance, to present the awards for the June Beautification Awards.
You're mute again? Robin?
Hello?
There.
Yep. Welcome back.
All right. Thank you. Give me just a sec. All right. So the Ferndale Beautification Awards for June 2020. The first house is in the northwest quadrant of Ferndale. It was a lovely English Tudor built in 1929. It's 4-bedroom, 1-bath, and it's owned currently by Sydney and Jim Stevens. They have done a lovely job here with this particular house. If you go, you'll see that there's no actual turf involved. It's all planted with perennials and a very nice open plan for their yard. So if you get an opportunity to go by and check that out. Is Sydney or Jim here with us? Okay.
Yes, we're here. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. You're welcome. How long have you been in the house?
Just a small correction. The address is 728. Don't know if it matters, but we're so honored. Thank you so much.
This is 728?
Yep. Want to make sure people are going to the right house to check it out. Okay. It's the right picture.
That is the right house, though.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Noted. Thanks so much. Anything you'd like to add to the description? I'm sorry. Back up.
No, I guess this is our 3rd year living in this house, and one of the first things we did when we moved in was rip out these overgrown yews and rip out the turf, because I really want to set an example of a more sustainable landscape. So I'm glad that you recognize that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your efforts. You will be receiving the actual certificate later in the week.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, and for the next house, this one is in the southwest quadrant, 342 Stratford. It's owned by Allie Bradley. Are you here, Allie?
I'm here.
Hello, Allie. This house was built in 1920. It's a 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Amazingly, I have to say, Allie, I don't know what you paid your neighbors, but there were 39 nominations for this house. Typically, we get 1 or 2, sometimes 3, but to have 39 was definitely, you are the record holder for nominations. What you've done to this house, because I did do a little searching back and saw some before photos from several years ago, is very wonderful. So thank you for doing that. As the picture actually implies, you are a bright, shining spot on this street, and we appreciate your efforts. How long have you been there?
It's been about, I think September will be 2 years, and we have been renovating and landscaping since we moved in.
Well, it looks lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the next house is in the northeast quadrant. The winner, this is a unique situation because typically we have single residences being nominated, and this particular address is actually a duplex, and it too received multiple nominations. And so I would like to applaud Marcia and Bob Adams, who live on the top of the duplex, for the wonderful job, according to Bob, that Marcia has been doing in the front yard with the lovely landscape that they have here. It's very clean and organized, wonderful use of the specimen tree out front. And Marcia, you have done an excellent job. We applaud you. Thank you. Are you here? According to Marcia, they are extremely technically savvy, not. And so they were going to try to be here tonight, but we certainly understand. But again, a wonderful, wonderful job.
Looks like I'll be working with them, see if we can't get them.
All right. 265 East Hazelhurst. It was built in 2-room, 1 bath, a little small, and it's owned by Amber and I will pronounce your name, but are you present? They had reached out to me earlier.
First I heard over the
How do you pronounce that?
It's Zach.
Zach. Lovely yard that you have here. You were one of a couple of nominations in the Southeast Quadrant, so we appreciate your efforts. Anything you'd like to tell us about the house?
We've been here almost 5 years now. I don't know if anyone found old pictures, but you know, the whole house was surrounded by lilies when we first moved in, and so I think one of the first things we did in the first month was rip everything out and kind of started adding since then and try and just keep it clean looking.
Wonderful.
So,
did you add the river birch tree in the front yard?
Yes, and that's new. So it's grown great.
Yes. Wonderful. What are the 2 shrubs on either side of the steps?
I wish I could tell you the name.
You know, when I was dropping the letters off, I'm very cautious about approaching people's front doors and leaving pieces of paper by their door and then hightailing it back to the car, because you never know who's watching or what they think you may be doing. So I wanted to stop and really examine them, but with Ring doorbells nowadays, I didn't want to start off any kind of opportunity, as we call them.
Feel
So
free
I'll
to
have to
stop
come
by
check it out another
anytime.
day and see if we can identify it for you.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The next thing that we were asked to do, the Beautification Commission was approached by Colin Moran with the code enforcement people. And, code enforcement sometimes get a little bit of a negative rap. But in this case, when everything was shut down back in March, they wanted to see if there was something that they could do to encourage people who were staying at home to spruce up their home while they had time on their hands. So they put this out, and then they asked us with the Beautification Commission to take the nominations that they received and then make a selection. So we received 9 entries for this, and we will now show the 3 that were selected as the top 3. All of these entries were pretty awesome. There were several that you could tell they did put a lot of sweat equity into their project. The 3rd place winner is 2281 Orchard, and it's owned by Melissa Moore. Some of the things that she did: removed old rocks, weeded, landscape fabric was removed, created a better slope for the drainage of the downspout, used pavers to line that drainage area, which also helps keep the bird feeder area cleaned, and then cleaned off the porch, planted flower pots, and added decorative items. So as 3rd place winners, Melissa will be receiving a $50 gift certificate. Actually, it's a Visa card from the folks over at Code Enforcement. So congratulations, Melissa. Are you in the audience?
I am. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent. So we noticed how you did the downspout drainage. That was really cool. We thought that was a very wonderful idea. Anything you would like to add?
No, not really. I mean, we've been doing a lot since then, too. So we've got a lot done in the backyard, new gardens installed, and...
How long have you been at that address?
We've been here about 5 years. Just started really working on the property in the last 2.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for doing that. And I believe Colin and the Code Enforcement Office will be reaching out to you later as to how to get your gift card. The next winner was the 2nd place winner. This one is at 2280 Manatee. It's owned by Christopher, and I believe it's pronounced Gorial. Christopher, are you in the audience?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. It sounds like you have some company there as well.
Yes.
This particular resident, some of the things that we were told that they did, and you can see some of the before and afters, trimmed a lot of plants, removed debris and leaves, removed weeds, new mulch, added decorative items, and added a border fencing in the back of the property. So excellent job. Anything else you want to add, Christopher?
It's more my wife than anything. She put in most of the work. But I've been at this residence pretty much my whole life, so took it over after over the last 2 years.
Wonderful. Well, we certainly appreciate your efforts and hope you continue to add to the project. And you too will be receiving a $50 Visa card from Code Enforcement. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And the final project that they wanted to recognize, and we thought was a wonderful before and after opportunity here. This is 264 Jewel. It's owned by Christy Spindell. Are you with us, Christy? Hello, Christy?
Give me a second.
Christy,
I'm searching the list.
Okay. Christy and them put a lot of effort into this. I don't know if you can tell much about the before photo since our pictures are stacked up there on the right-hand side. But they totally repainted the exterior of the house, basically from top to bottom. The trim, the gables, the gutters, the chimney, replaced mulch with large egg rock, which is a great an addition in front of this house. They added planters to the front porch and decorative accents. and more plants. So we really thought this was a wonderful option, and in return for your efforts, code enforcement is giving you a $100 Home Depot card to use, hopefully there in your home and garden. Are you with us?
I can't find them. If you're in the audience and you can use the raise your hand feature, that would help.
Very well. Again, Christy, wonderful job. Thank you so much. Final closing notes, if you would, follow us on Facebook. Our audience continues to grow every month, and we greatly appreciate that. It allows us the opportunity to get information out to a lot of folks and get a lot of feedback and comments. All of the photos that you just saw for the winners of the Beautification Awards for June and for the Stay Home Spruce Up Awards will be featured on our Facebook page for you all to like and follow. And also, just a head up, July Beautification Award nominations are due by Monday, July the 13th. And finally, if anyone is interested in serving on the Ferndale Beautification Commission, all you need to do is submit an app at the Ferndale City Hall. You can also review info regarding the commission at the City of Ferndale website. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a wonderful summer.
Thanks, Robin. See you in July.
Indeed. Thank you.
All right, next for presentations is 5C, which is the Ferndale Police Department, Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police Accreditation Process Update. And I believe introducing this is Sergeant Baron Brown. Welcome, Sergeant Brown.
If I may, I will introduce Mr. Sergeant Baron Brown while he gets ready.
Okay.
For the public's concern and City Council's concern, Mr. Sergeant Baron Brown is the city's first public engagement officer and first chief accreditation officer. I'm really looking forward to hearing him give us an update on where they're at with the accreditation process. And I see that Mr. Sergeant Baron Brown is on right now, so I will turn it over.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying I appreciate the opportunity to make one final appearance here in front of council and to talk about accreditation, which I've spent the last year of my life on. Kyle, am I doing the PowerPoint?
Yeah, you can if you'd like, Baron. If you just hit share screen at the bottom and then click on the window, it'll pop it up for you.
Got way too many screens going here. All right, let's try this again.
I just want to say I'm really glad you're here. We're having a lot of questions from our residents and business owners regarding what's going on in the police department in relation to the social unrest, and our residents really want to know how our police department is operating, and tonight is a really good introduction about what's going on. And so I just appreciate you being here.
It's my pleasure. Is the PowerPoint up now?
No.
No, it's not. Sergeant, if you want, you could email that to me and I can pop it up, and you can just then speak and just cue me on to move it if you'd like.
I already got it.
There we go. All right, you got it then, Kyle?
Yep, if you can see it.
Yep. Yep.
So feel free to prompt me and I'll move down the slide.
Okay, you can go to the next slide. So we've been working on this for the last year. And we have reached a point right now where we have completed our work and are waiting on a visit from the commission to take a look at what we've done. You can go to the next slide. Accreditation basically is, a lot of different industries are accredited. Hospitals come to mind immediately. It's a progressive, time-proven way of just making sure, helping us figure out if what we are doing is effective, and it gives us a way to gauge our performance. So what we've done is we've taken a look at the 108 standards. There's been 3 more that have come out since we started on this journey that all have very clear statements of where they want us to go. And we've looked at all those 108 and we have fulfilled them and proven that we have fulfilled them using proofs that I'll explain all that here later on. Our hope is that it increases our level of excellence, our transparency, and our accountability. Next. A few of the reasons that we've done it is it really does hold your agency executives and all your personnel accountable for following best practice policies and procedures. It will enhance our effectiveness and efficiency because it allows us to kind of separate the chaff out of all of the things we do and focus on the 400 or so most important aspects of our operation. It'll improve cooperation with other law enforcement agencies, especially if they're accredited, because we all have similar common policies that are driving the things that we do. And we're hoping that will increase citizen employee confidence in our goals, objectives, policies, and procedures. It doesn't create a crime-free or mistake-free policing, but it does put us in a better position to defend our actions because it makes us prove that we do the things that we say we do. You can go to the next. It requires us to review certain high liability tasks on a regular basis. It helps us identify and understand if we're accomplishing our goals, and lets us know the areas that we might need training in. It lets us know where we are excelling, and it will identify areas of fiscal and physical vulnerability for members of our agency and our building as well. The thing that I found that most exciting about it is it inspired change in certain areas that we may have grown stagnant on, and that's really important because the world is ever changing and we have to change as well. And it forces us to inspect what we expect. We can't lay down a bunch of rules and never check to make sure that people are following the rules. So it forces us to take a look at those rules. So we'll talk about what it consists of. You can go to the next. There's 5 different standards. The administrative, personnel, operations, investigative, and then the arrestee handling function. Next. So chapter 1, the administrative, that's how we run the organization. And it runs the gamut from the most mundane tasks like, are we keeping good financial records, to more exciting things like training and, making sure that we're documenting our training properly. Really not that exciting. The personnel chapter allows us to deliver to our staff what we expect from them and what they should expect from us. And again, it covers multiple different areas, from making sure that our staff knows about and has free access to our employee assistance program, to laying out what we expect from our chaplains and what they can expect from us. Next. Chapter 3 is operations, and that's kind of what we do at the street level. And again, it covers everything from writing parking tickets to a mass casualty terrorist event where we have to employ the incident command system. The next chapter, chapter 4, is investigative, and that is more focused on prosecution. It is evidence gathering, interviewing witnesses, suspects, victims, collecting evidence. It forces us to specially focus on juvenile matters, and then it kind of covers special investigations that we may engage in when exceptional types of crimes or clusters of crimes occur. And then finally, the arrestee, detainee, and prisoner function. That's really, once someone is in our custody, it spells out what they expect from us as far as transporting that person, processing that person, and, you know, taking care of them when they're here. Next. And I think it's important to kind of step back and take a wider view at how we achieve these goals as far as making our policies and our proofs show that we are following the standards. So that's where our written directives and our proofs come in. Now you can go to the next. And it all starts with a standard. I picked one that would be pretty easy to understand. The standards vary greatly from just the objective, which is the first line there, a written directive establishing a public information function, and no bullet points, the ABC, to the objective, several bullet points, and then a lengthy clarification statement. The clarification statement is something that we are always paying particular attention to because it contains a lot of conditional language, and it sometimes creates additional things that we have to add to our written directives, or else we don't fulfill the standard. So we pay close attention to standards. So as I said, it all begins with a standard. And we'll focus on Section A, a designated point of contact. So you go to the next slide. So we take that standard and we compare it to what our policy says. And does our policy cover that bullet point? Next slide. And we see that, in fact, at the bottom there, highlighted in yellow, the standard calls for a single point of contact, and our policy states that we will have a public information officer appointed by the police chief, and it has a lot of conditions on there, but basically it says PIO, public information officer, you know, will be careful about the information they give out, will be the single point of contact for the media, will deliver all of that information to the media so that they're not walking up and trying to squeeze our officers for information that might be on a perimeter or something. And we take that policy, we upload it into the software that we have that's called Power DMS, and it was specifically designed for accreditation. So under WD, you see Article 62 highlighted point of contact, because that directly relates to our PIO. Now, how do we prove that we have a PIO, a designated point of contact? That's the proof that you see on the right under proofs. So we have uploaded a proof showing that, in fact, we have a person who is a designated point of contact. You can go to the next slide. And that is the person that is specified and specifically authorized to speak to the media. This is a little mini news conference. They've only spoke to me or asked me questions. We had an area where we allowed them to be, understanding that they have a right to be wherever they want to be unless they are in danger or interfering with the scene. We're very conscious of the fact that, you know, as long as they're not corrupting a crime scene or putting themselves in danger, they can go wherever they want, and they know that. So that's kind of how it all comes together on the page. You have the standard, you have the written directive showing that we say we meet the standard, then you have the proof showing that we are proving that we meet the standard. So that process occurs well over 400 other times, because when it comes down to it, the bullet points are well over 400 of them. And we gotta either prove we do it or prove that we don't do it and that we're not required to do it. One of the new standards that came out was police canines. We don't have a police canine program. We don't plan on having a police canine program. So we have to submit a letter to the Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission stating that. They give us a letter saying, okay, they say they don't have a police canine program. And then the next step is when they do our on-site, and this is an easy one to prove, but they're going to snoop around and make sure that we don't have dog bowls and leashes laying around, and we're not secretly conducting a canine program. We say we don't have it, we don't have it, the proof is there. So we have to prove the things that we do and to prove the things that we don't do. We only have 2 standards that we don't fulfill because it's not a program or a function that we offer. So you can go to the next slide. And in the PowerPoint, this is a real fancy graphic that just gives examples of all the different kinds of standards that there are. And as you can see, the 2.1.1 is an employee assistance program, and that's simply an objective and then a clarification statement. Nothing else. The standard for a motor vehicle pursuit, as you can see, is really lengthy and in depth. And we were actually doing most of these things, if not all. It's all a blur to me now, but the way we report and review motor vehicle pursuits fulfilled all of the standards and bullet points right off of the jump, and we really didn't have to do a lot of work on our policy to make it fulfill the standard. But you see that there's a lot of things that we have to prove that we do using reports and pictures and the different reporting forms that we fill out when we have vehicle pursuit. It's a pretty in-depth and lengthy process to show that we do all this stuff and then to prove that we do it using proofs. Next slide. So after we got all of our written directives in line with the standards proven by those different proofs, we notified the Michigan Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission, MILIAC, this is short for it, that's Cop Talk. We contacted them and let them know that we think we're done. Here's username and password. They picked, I think, 6 different assessors from around the state, and they opened up our policies, took the standard, compared our policy to the standard, compared the proofs to the standard, and they told us whether we complied or we didn't. And in most cases, we complied satisfactorily for them. Of course, we had to make a few adjustments. We had to provide a proof that wasn't strong enough here. We had to add a word or a line to a policy there. But for the most part, we did pretty good in complying with the standard and proving that we complied with the standard. Next. Another really good thing that we saw come out of accreditation is it causes us to take a really close and meaningful review of several different things, like I said earlier, those high liability areas. We always collected a lot of data on stuff and a lot of data on the things that our officers did. But until we started in this process, we never really acknowledged the value that all that data has in helping us determine whether we're accomplishing our goals, we need more training, we're doing really well, or we're doing not so great, and we need more, we need a little more help. So you can go to the next slide. So some of the things that we meaningfully review on an annual basis. So these meaningful reviews, these annual reviews are for 2019. So anything that happened from January 1, 2020 to today, they aren't included in this review. They'll be included in next year's review. So we got to review member crashes. What we found is that we drive well over 142,000 miles a year, our members do. Of those 142,000 miles driven, we only had 6 collisions involving on-duty personnel, and they were all very minor. So minor that a couple of them, if you didn't know that the car had nicked a pole or something, you wouldn't be able to tell. We also found, which is good to know, I think, and comforting to us and should be comforting to our citizens, is that none of the collisions were a result of emergency or pursuit driving. That is very important information, and it shows that our members, our officers for the most part, are good drivers, and they're careful, and they're mindful of the dangers involved in especially in emergency or pursuit driving. Another area was member injuries and exposures, bloodborne type exposures. We had 15 incidents involving 9 officers, which means 4 officers had 2 incidents each. The outstanding thing, and I think very rare, is that as a department, we only lost an officer for 5 days to any type of injury. And I think that's a testament to how hard our members work, how hard our officers work, and at being available and being ready to take care of the community. We do an exhaustive pursuit annual review, plus every pursuit is also reviewed. The accreditation requirements only covered 9 of the pursuits that we had last year, although we had probably close to a little bit, maybe 32, I think is what I remember. Every pursuit is reviewed by the officer involved in the pursuit, the officer in charge of that shift, the captain, and the professional standards sergeant to make sure that they complied with policy. What we found of those 9 pursuits, but is common throughout all of them, is that our pursuits lasted just shy of 1.5 minutes on average, and none of them ended in a crash last year. And that's for 2019. The same thing with foot pursuits. Each foot pursuit, which is one of the most dangerous things for police officers and suspects. We reviewed 4 of those that fit within the accreditation standards. Again, reviewed by the officer involved, the officer in charge, captain, professional standards. And what we found of those 4 is that they all resulted in the arrest of the person that was running or fleeing on foot. Next. A couple more areas are use of force. We've done a use of force report for a few years. and it usually says the same thing. Of the 16,865 calls for service, we had 1,204 arrests, and we only used force 41 times. To us, a use of force is anything above simply putting handcuffs on somebody. If I go to put handcuffs on somebody and they go to pull away and I have to hold one arm and another officer has to hold another arm and we put handcuffs on them, that's a use of force. So that would be included in that 41. But what the review told us is that 3.4% of the arrests resulted in any type of use of force. And of the 41 uses of force, only 4 arrestees received injuries, which consisted of minor scrapes or abrasions. We have to look back at our year's worth of internal affairs investigations. We looked at 7 citizen complaints last year, 5 of which were made for claim of an improper arrest or stop. Those are easy to investigate because all 5 of these were on video, and clearly you could see that there was a justifiable legal reason for the stop. So those were unfounded. 2 complaints were sustained. One of them was for the officer's demeanor, and one of them was for the officer's work product. What we found was that we have 1 complaint for every 2,400 contacts that we have with citizens. And that includes everything from, your low-level, hi, how you doing contact to, we're arresting you for a major crime. Property rooms, property rooms have been the downfall of many, many, many organizations and led to the mistrust among the community of many police departments. Accreditation requires that we conduct 4 different inspections annually. One of them is upon the change of personnel that includes, of course, a property clerk, which we have 2 of those, the command officer in charge of the evidence room, which is our detective lieutenant, and then the chief of police, who doesn't have access to the property room, doesn't have a key, can't get in, but is ultimately responsible for every piece of property in that room. So whenever there's a change of any of those 4, we completely do an inventory of that room and all of the property that we have. And we look to see that we have the property we say we have it in the quantity that we say we have it, and we have it in the location that we say we have it. We do a quality control inspection every 6 months, which is just where somebody pops into a command officer pops into the property room and just kind of pokes around to make sure that we are following the rules. We don't have evidence untagged laying around. It's neat and orderly. We have an unannounced random audit that occurs annually, and that's where someone who has no involvement in the property room goes into the room and literally walks up and down the aisles and pulls property out of the property bins and says, this is item number 1, 2, 3, 4. It was in bin 15. Show me in the computer where it should be. And you compare those 2 pieces of data to make sure that the item is in the quantity that we say we have it in, it's where it should be, and that we have it. And then there's an unannounced annual inspection to ensure, again, that we are following all the rules and the policies and procedures set forth in our policy. And again, that is conducted by a command officer who doesn't have access to the room, property room. Finally, we have a monthly lockup area inspection where I go back through our lockup area and I look for sanitation and security vulnerabilities and issues in all of our detention areas and rooms, including cells, our booking area, the sally port, make sure every door and door lock is secure and works, and that our emergency alarms that we have in the lockup area operate, and that people know what to do once they are activated. And again, these type of look backs at the data that we've collected really offer us an opportunity to show City Council, show the administration, show our community that we are doing the things that we say we are doing, and we have proof. You can go to the next slide, please. Next one. So where do we go from here? We've talked about how we got to where we are right now. We've talked about our mock assessment that went well. And in fact, I had a experienced assessor come through and do a walkthrough on Friday to kind of gauge where we are in preparation for the official on-site assessment. And we're in good shape. We're ready to host 2 or 3 people that are certified assessors to come in and take a look at our operation. So where are we going now? We are, next slide, waiting to be contacted by the MLEAC on the date of our on-site assessment, which typically takes 2 days and includes 2 full days of file review, once again, an agency tour, a ride along with an officer, and then interviews with different key personnel, including the city manager, possibly the human resources director, the mayor if available. On day 2, we have a public call-in session where we set up a phone number and a line, and members of the public are encouraged to call in and talk about how they feel about us getting accredited and how they feel about our agency. There's more file review, there's more interviews, maybe another ride-along, and then there's an exit interview with the chief of police and me, the accreditation manager. Next. The agency tour is important because it really gives them a good feel for what we do, how we do it. It provides a lot of proofs for the things that we say that we do because they get to watch it. They get to watch how we operate. An agency tour includes every area of the building. We give them the authority to figuratively and literally open any drawer, any closet, anything that they want. They can open desk drawers. I mean, they can do anything they want while they're here because, we've prepared for them and know that we meet the standards. Next. The public call-in session, that's a requirement. And again, it just allows the public to make comments to the assessors about our department and how they feel about us going for accreditation. It'll be advertised to the public prior to the on-site, usually on the second day, and we'll make sure that the number is advertised. There's also will be an email address as well. Next. Then after the on-site is complete, the assessors will create a final report and forward that to the program director in anticipation of an accreditation hearing. Next. At the accreditation hearing, commissioners will be chosen to make up the panel. They will be able to ask us questions about areas that they thought we had a hard time meeting the standards in, or that they thought we had challenges in. And then after that, if they're satisfied that we fulfilled all the standards, that everything was in order, they will make a recommendation on granting accreditation, full accreditation status. Next. That accreditation hearing should take place in September, we believe, provided any major second wave that is going to restrict any sort of travel or meetings. And we anticipate getting accredited. Once we get accredited, it is an accreditation for 3 years, but that doesn't mean that you get to sit back and put your hands behind your head and your feet up on your desk because you have nothing to do for the next few years, because every single year you have to submit a letter guaranteeing that you still that you still comply with all of the standards that you complied with on day one of your accreditation. And then in the third year of your accreditation, you start the process all over again, where you start proving and entering proofs that you've complied with every single bullet point on all 108 standards every year of your accreditation. And I think that is it, maybe? Yes. So I welcome any questions on this.
Thank you for the extensive update on the process, and we're near the end.
Yep. We are very close to being done. We're just waiting on a date.
Are there any questions from council at this time?
I just had a quick question. Do we get a copy of all the meaningful data that comes out of the accreditation process?
You know, my guess is that you are more than welcome to any data that we have. You know, I'm sure that if the chief, if you ask the chief for any kind of data, he'll give it to you. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I would be willing also to have anybody come in and we could take a look at the accreditation software and just how extensive it is and how we've met each and every single bullet point of all 108 standards, because it's way more in depth than I can show you here or that you even want to hear.
Through the chair.
I would also acknowledge a connection point here that part of accreditation also includes the chief of police submitting an annual police report and publishing that to the city manager's office. And it does include, to the sergeant's point, the use of force statistics and kind of the summary of what that looks like. So we will actually be publishing that on an annual basis to meet a transparency objective as part of accreditation. And it's my understanding that that is in a final editorial review, and we expect to publish that hopefully by the end of the week.
Through the chair.
Sure.
Sergeant, when Chief Palazzolo presented this to us a little over a year ago, I thought I recall him saying that this process takes about 2 to 3 years. Was I misinformed, or do I remember incorrectly? And if I do remember correctly, is there a reason why we were able to get through this process so quickly in a year?
Councilman, I'm glad you asked that question. The reason we were able to get through it in a year's time is because council and the mayor and the administration saw the value in the program, and we created a position and dedicated one person whose exceptional skill and talents were able to get this done in a much shorter time frame than it normally takes. It is, like I said, it has been my life for the last year.
And I appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the work and time and energy that you've dedicated to getting this completed, as well as your entire career.
Thank you. I literally would go hide from my wife and work on it so that she wouldn't know I was working at home kind of for free. So.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I think we're going to have more discussion on how accreditation is going to be part of the reform process and the police reforms. When we talked at our last council meeting, we discussed that our police are leaders, our police department is leaders and sort of in the police reform movement, which is something our residents are really interested in about now. And we started making a lot of these reforms 4 years ago under the leadership of our police chief and with the support of Sergeant Baron Brown. And I think for me is helping understand and bridge how the accreditation process can still is part of the reform process, and where the police department sees where the next steps can be taken to address the concerns we're hearing from the community, and how the accreditation process supports that reform process. I'm also interested in learning too about, with a lot of national changes going on, with new federal laws being passed, or at least being considered now, how that's going to impact the standards, and how will that flow back down into the reform process. So this is a industry system-wide sort of approach to addressing the concerns from our Black communities. And so I want to be able to make sure that we draw those parallels as we progress. Because what you're doing in the police department in this presentation tonight, I think is really helpful for our residents to understand all the groundwork that I think the police department has been doing after the Ferguson. And we said we don't want a Ferguson in Ferndale, and our police department said, we got it, we don't want one either, and here's what we're going to do to prevent that from happening. And so I think we're all moving in the right direction together, and it really is about bridging understanding and knowledge of how the police department works, and B, what is the needs of the community to support both. And so I think this is an ongoing process as we begin to share more in depth about what our police department is doing and how it's leading, and then matching that with the needs of the community for more change, and working together collaboratively and listening, and maybe some committees in the future about how we go about doing that and bringing that together. So that's sort of my comments and interest going forward of how we use this great work to inform the community. All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant, for being here and walking us through this.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. And
thank your wife.
I will. And I'm going to indulge here. You know, I wanted everyone to know that this has been the highlight of my life, to serve the citizens of the city where I grew up, where my mom lives, where I've lived. I love this city. I love the things that we do. I love our residents. I'm going to miss everything about it. And I really appreciate the fact that you've paid me to do it for 30 years. So that's it. Goodbye.
Okay, you're gonna make me cry.
Through the chair, is this our last meeting that Sergeant Brown's going to be with us?
We have one more.
One more?
Yeah,
okay.
For those who are just tuning in,
I'll withhold my final comments then.
For those who are tuning in, Sergeant Baron Brown is retiring July 15th, and July 8th will be his last meeting with our council. I will hold my tears and comments till later.
Me too then.
All right. Okay. Next is on the agenda is the call to audience, and we allocate 30 minutes for residents to make their comments on any topic. And again, as a reminder, we did have a rule change to call to audience earlier this year, and that you are invited to speak on anything on your mind on and off the agenda. So we please ask you to leave your comments to 3 minutes, and I will be timing you on my phone here at home. And our city manager, we do have a process for handling public comments, and we start with Zoom participants. If you are interested in joining us tonight for call to audience via Zoom, please raise your hand via the participant function at the bottom of your screen. And then from Zoom, we will move on to phone calls, and our Assistant City Manager, Kyle Paulette, will be taking those as he sees new numbers appear in the queue, and we'll be unmuting you and asking you to participate. So with that, Kyle, why don't you take it away with Zoom participants?
Will do, Mayor, and we already have one. Garo, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. Good to see you guys.
Good evening.
I don't think you see me, though, right? Not familiar. No, okay. It's you know, it's great to see you guys. Actually, I didn't even know you guys were having meetings until not too long ago. I thought you guys were just taking a vacation or something. No, it's great. City's working, and great to see. I live by the construction. Great to see them start up again. Just one thing, they just happen to continue doing the screening in the back here by the alley, and they just happen to get to right across from my backyard. And I just noticed, I don't know if that's the final screening or not, but I asked one of the construction workers, and I don't know if he was messing with me or not, if he didn't know, but he thought that was the last kind of thing that wall that we're putting up. But as far as I knew, I thought that was supposed to be some kind of it was listed as being almost opaque kind of a wall, and it's pretty much almost transparent. And so I'm hoping something goes on it, because as no that block anything, and more concerning, I guess, would be privacy, because I don't know where the actual floor is. It's hard to tell from outside of it, but someone could just, sit looking through one of the holes, because it's basically like glorified window screen, like keep mosquitoes out. But so I was wondering, I know you guys are more privy since you're on the council, maybe if you guys can find out, or if you guys can take a little tour from the inside, because I don't know where the height is of the actual concrete wall before then you get to the screen. So yeah, I'm just hoping there's more to it, and I'd appreciate if you guys could find out.
Manager?
Yeah, through the chair, Garo, good evening. Good to hear you. Had on a site tour last week. That mesh screen design is a design piece, an architectural piece that actually does functionally block light and reduce noise that leaves the parking garage. There is a bumper wall that goes up about 3.5 feet to 4 feet that is designed to block low beam lights and normal headlights. Then the screen picks up any ambient light that's produced out of the vehicle. And I will be looking to coordinate a behind the scenes tour with the residents who are interested, who are near the site, so you can kind of get a feel for the site before it's actually open in July. So Garo, look for an invitation from me to coordinate a behind the scenes site for you and your family and your neighbors in July.
Great, thank you.
So excellent. Thank you.
Okay, next, I don't see any other hands, but in case people are unfamiliar, if you take your mouse down to the bottom of Zoom, you'll see participants, and you click on that. Down at the bottom, it'll say raise hand, and then you'll be able to use that feature, and I'll call on you. But while we wait, if it's okay, Mayor, I'll go to the couple call-ins that we have.
Excellent.
First is last four numbers 0055. Go ahead if you have anything to say, and if not,
I believe that's our regional risk manager, Keith Potter, who is here for the MMRMA distribution regular agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other call-in is 3145. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alrighty. Good evening, buenas noches, Council. My name is Augusto Mike Flores on Whittington Street, and I am pro Ferndale. 1, thank you, Council people Mikulski and Polika, for your agenda amendments. 2, I have a transparency concern. The last few meetings, agenda items and materials have been introduced that are not available to the public before or after the meeting. On the city website, there is a link called Council Rules. On page 8, agenda materials, it states materials should be submitted to the clerk the Tuesday preceding the Monday meeting. If not, the item should be pulled. It does allow for emergencies, and I urge council to limit and chair the emergencies to avoid abuse of this rule. 3, Juneteenth is June 19th. The date is significant in our American history. Reducing it to an arbitrary day may be perceived as insensitive, and that the city is not committed to the declaration recently adopted by council. 4, the $2 million loan. No, council should not contemplate a loan of this magnitude from the general fund without the itemized details. City manager requested $2 million in February. Council approved $1 million for the missing fourth floor. City manager explained the auto fund $1.2 million would be exhausted first before any loan would be considered. If a loan is required, it should not be more than $800,000. This does not include any reimbursements, which should reduce the overall impact and should accelerate any repayments to the general fund. If any council member is considering the $2 million, they owe the public an itemized plus and minus understanding of how and why this loan is going to be utilized when the floor is open for their comments before the vote. 5, regarding the budget reconciliation and the budget in general, I'm confused on when the public is going to be invited to review the budget. Can someone please clarify the date and time of when the public is going to be invited? 6, I am concerned many items are presented to council and usually told you must approve or we risk funding, implementation, or other catastrophic outcomes. I urge council to request items be presented with enough foresight to allow council at least 2 council meetings to review any feedback to really govern versus being held hostage to a critical path with no decision-making power. As always, council, I look forward to your feedback and to your guidance. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
All right. Any other comments, Kyle, from the public?
I have no other raised hands, Mayor.
All right. Seeing no more public comment, hand raisers, I'm going to conclude the call to audience and move on to the public hearing, which is item number 7A, and it is the consideration of approval of State of Michigan Drinking Water Revolving Fund project plan for lead service line replacement. And who is introducing that this evening?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Dan and Todd, DPW Deputy Director, and I will be going through this presentation this evening. Bear with me for a moment while I share my screen. Can everyone see and hear me okay? Okay, so tonight I will be presenting project plan for 2020 Drinking Water Revolving Fund project plan for lead service line replacement program. A couple little things, kind of housekeeping deals. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see a link. That link is a sign-in sheet, And since we're not in normal council meetings where we have a sign-in, I would ask those that are listening to this meeting and presentation to go to that link and sign in. You can click on the link and go to it. This presentation is within the agenda packet, or at the end, at the very end of this meeting, I will also display the link again, or my email. We'd like to get those that are in attendance, their names, address, and best contact information, so we have the ability to communicate any future developments with this project plan itself. And then also, with the requirements for this project plan and the application, we do have a stenographer that is taking detailed meeting notes. So from time to time, you may hear Kelly pop on for some clarification. So I do ask that during the public comment period, when you state your name and your address, do your best to try and say it clearly so we can get down everyone's information. So let's get started. So I'm going to go over an overview of why we are going through this presentation tonight. So the state of Michigan adopted the most stringent lead and copper rule in the country back in June of 2018. With those requirements, beginning in 2019, cities and villages across the state of Michigan had to increase the number of water sample testing sites for lead and copper. Additionally, with the first submittal being in January 2020, we had to begin identification of water service line material across the community. Now, this has to be fully completed by 2025. So we just finished up the first year of that. Also, you have the replacement of all lead and galvanized service lines at an average rate of 5% per year over 20 years, beginning in 2021. Now, with the galvanized, technically we only have to replace that is connected to lead, but we will be going ahead and replacing galvanized service lines. Additionally, the expense of the replacements on both the public and private side are borne by the system itself. So in this case, the water and sewer fund. So this diagram is an example of your water service line. So if you look on the left side of your screen, you have the water main and then the line that runs to your curb stop. The curb stop is where we can do shutoffs or turn-ons of water out in front of your home. And then you have from the curb stop to the house and then inside of the house. And this diagram is important because when it comes to verifications, we have to verify the material type of the water service line between the water main and the curb stop, between the curb stop and the house, and what's coming into the inside of the house up to the meter. So this is just to give some visualization of that. Thus far, with the lead issue across the state, I know this was kind of brought to light last fall. There were a number of communities within the state of Michigan that news coverage was going on about increased lead levels and so on. So to be clear, up to date, we've had compliance with all state reporting when it comes to lead levels not exceeding Michigan's Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energies, which I'll refer to as EAGLE, their action level of 15 parts per billion. We submitted our first preliminary distribution system materials inventory to EAGLE in January of 2020. We have been working with community and economic development to assist with material identification during our rental inspections. It's very important that we identify that material type that's in the inside of the house. Additionally, we have been using our GIS to map out material types that we've been identifying during our water meter replacement program. And this program's been a great opportunity for us to get a much better understanding and know what we have going on in the inside of our homes and businesses throughout the city of Ferndale. We've also been proactive with budgeting for the replacements. This isn't something that, we understood that this was coming, so we've been proactive in making sure that we're budgeting for this while also being able to make sure that we are keeping up with water main replacements, sewer projects, and everything else that keeps the water and sewer system moving. So this map right here that you're looking at is an example of, well, not an example, but is a map of what we are currently seeing on the inside of the homes. You know, lead, copper, galvanized, no info, PEX or PVC. So as I move through this, the quadrants of the city that we have the map cut up in, to date, what we found is that about 55% of what we're seeing on the inside of the homes are copper, PEX, PVC, something that's non-lead or galvanized. Overall, what we're seeing is that we've seen so far is 1,900 copper water service lines on the inside of the house, 887 lead, 209 galvanized, 13 either PEX or PVC, and then we got about 50 that we didn't get information on. That was kind of in the first week of the water meter replacement program. We had a couple of glitches. The software that we were using to gather that information, but that has since been worked out. So, lead and copper rule compliance. So, based on the first preliminary distribution system materials inventory that we submitted back in January of 2020, we came up with 90 service lines that have no lead or galvanized, 1,600 that we know contain lead or galvanized material, and then 8,300 unknown. So what that means is we know that maybe a portion of it's copper, or maybe a portion of one of those three places within that service line is possibly lead, but we don't know all three portions of that service line. And I'll talk about why that unknown number is important in a moment. So right now, what we're looking at is we're looking at funding options. This isn't something that's going to go away or an issue that's going to resolve itself anytime soon. So in addition to what I presented earlier about what we've been doing, a few months ago, the city of Ferndale, we joined up with SACWA, South Oakland County Water Authority, on an RFP in order for us to help achieve an economy of scale for lead service line replacements. And we would replace an average of 5% of service lines per year over 20 years, paying as we go. And what we're going to be talking about really soon here tonight is Eagle's Drinking Water Revolving Fund loan. We could potentially replace 75% of our known lead service lines within the first few years of the program, while we finalize material verifications prior to 2025. And why is it important to verify material types? That is because not only do we have to replace 5% of our known lead service lines or lead connected to galvanized, we also have to factor in the number of unknowns into that 5% number. So if we're able to decrease that overall number of lead service lines that are unknown and getting that true number, we can, one, begin better planning in terms of replacement, in addition to just lowering that overall number that we have to replace per year, which kind of seems a little weird that you got to base numbers off things that you don't know, but that's what we have to do. So we're trying to verify the material as soon as possible, and we're working towards that. And then next, it's something that we still have to look into, but the city can explore bonding against the water and sewer fund to replace lead service lines as soon as possible. And if we were to explore that route, we would likely go with the SACWA RFP that has came back and bids have come back, if that's a direction that we do choose to go. So what is Eagle's Drinking Water Revolving Fund loan program? So this was established back in 1996 after the reauthorization of the Safe Drinking Water Act by Congress. The DWRF provides low-interest loans for planning, designing, and constructing eligible drinking water projects to help satisfy requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. This program is administered by EGLE's Office of Drinking Water and Municipal Assistance, revolving loan section. Currently, the program has an interest rate at 2%. Additionally, principal forgiveness may be available on the loan. That is something that we would not know at that time prior to our application. So, drinking water revolving fund project planning process. So, to keep in mind, what this project plan is for us to submit an application to the state of Michigan for the possibility of receiving a drinking water revolving fund loan. We're not saying we're accepting the loan right now. You know, we're going through this public hearing as part of the application process for a loan from the state. So, as part of the project plan that was included in the council packet, we need to discuss the existing conditions and characteristics of the drinking water system in the study area. We need to look at long-term system needs, alternative analysis to determine the most cost-effective and environmentally preferred project over life cycle. We need to look at short and long-term impacts. Those are administrative, financial, environmental, and social aspects of the project. And then there's the public involvement portion. That's what we're doing right now with this public hearing. And then additionally, you know, if council chooses to do so, they pass a resolution adopting the project plan that we're going over right now, and that was included in the council packet. So with the public hearing, this is so we can provide a forum for community participation. We're going to present the project plan and alternatives, user and overall project costs, the social and environmental impacts, mitigation of the impacts, the schedule, and then we'll field questions and have a discussion at the end of it. So the meat and potatoes of it all, the project plan itself, what we're all here for tonight. So the lead service line replacement program. The program scope itself is to replace lead water service lines or galvanized service lines. And then in addition to that, we're going to do some field verification of existing material on both the private and public portion of the water service, so we can complete that inventory prior to 2025. And then we have 4 alternatives with this project plan. You know, there's no action, rehabilitate the existing system, replace the existing system, or a regional alternative. So no action. This is not allowed under the lead and copper rule. You know, no action can result in lead and galvanized services remaining in place. This could increase the potential for lead exposure. Rehabilitating the existing system. This isn't really feasible under the lead and copper rule because while we could possibly do lining, that doesn't count as replacement of lead service lines. And then replacing the existing system. This is the feasible and it's considered the preferred alternative. This alternative would allow us to replace lead and galvanized water services with new copper services. Regional, it's not necessary or applicable. Whether the water services are to be replaced or material verified or supplied by the current system or an alternative system is really irrelevant in this case. So the project cost estimate. So what we're looking at is submitting an application for a $10 million loan from the state of Michigan to begin water service replacements in addition to verifications. So, you know, in phase 1 and phase 2, which would span from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 23, we are looking at doing $5 million, estimating $5 million worth of lead service line replacements, in addition to allocating $2 million towards verification. And then continuing on with the replacements, we're hoping to get all the verifications done by fiscal year 22, 23. That's our goal. And then continuing on in replacements in phase 3. Now you'll notice a 6% contingency there at that $500,000 mark. Now that 6% contingency is the max allowed by the state of Michigan. Now, we're hoping that the DPW can really do some offsetting for the verification and make sure, or not really make sure, but do our best to see if we don't have to spend that full $2 million on an outside party to assist with the verification, and mostly because it is a very time-consuming process. And if we don't use that full $2 million towards verification, we could direct that money towards replacements. And then our present worth cost analysis. So loan amounts at $10 million. Our salvage value at 20 years is $6.1 million. Interest during construction will be about $600,000. So we're looking at a present worth cost of about $4.4 million. You'll see the notes over here on the right side of the presentation, looking at our EPA discount interest rate, what the current loan rate is for Eagle, and this is based on our 2020 budget, 20-year planning, and so on. And this is using straight line depreciation, no inflation, for this present worth cost analysis. So, if approved, the total cost necessary to implement the proposed project plan will be paid for through budgeted dollars from the city's water and sewer fund, with conjunction of portions of existing debt retirements to provide a zero impact on water customers. And what I mean with a zero impact on water customers is we're not going to have to raise water rates right now in order to do this program. This is something that we've been budgeting. These are dollars that we've been budgeting that are already baked into the water rates for lead service line replacements. And that's on top of our water main projects and sewer projects that we have going on. The Department of Public Works, we've really been working with the finance department to make sure we're planning and budgeting for these replacements. We became very clear in 2018 that this is something that all communities across the state of Michigan are going to have to deal with, and there really wouldn't be any additional funding that would come to help do these replacements. Now, in the future, that doesn't mean there could be grant dollars that are allocated towards lead service line replacements. But right now, this is a cost that the water and sewer system has to bear. Now, this loan will not allow us to complete all service line replacements that we know of, but it will really allow us to get off to a strong start for the overall lead service line replacements that we'll have to do across the community. So the project impacts, positive impacts in the short term, further reducing risk of adverse health effects due to lead in drinking water, possibly increased jobs and workers visiting Ferndale that are going to Ferndale businesses. Maybe they're going to be hanging out in Ferndale for quite a few years and want to move to Ferndale, always down to welcome some new community members, right? Then you have some negative impacts in the short term, dust, noise, traffic disruption, restoration type of work that's typical in construction projects that we see now with our water main projects and our road improvement projects. In addition to temporary interruption of water due to construction activities, we will be disconnecting a water service line and installing a new one. And in between that period of time, that property owner or occupant will not have access to water, and we'll try and keep that as short as we possibly can while we're doing that work. And in the long term, we'll further reduce risk of adverse health effects due to lead in drinking water. We'll be meeting our regulatory requirements. We'll be getting off to a good start and increasing our lead service line removal rate. And we estimate that we can replace 70% of our known lead service lines, around 1,200 service lines. We're thinking that we'd be able to replace with $8 million. And then we don't anticipate any adverse long-term impacts due to this program. Direct and indirect impacts. Inconvenience caused during the construction process because replacement requires property access. And you'll have water service interruption for a period, like I mentioned earlier. And then with any construction work that goes on, there's always a possibility of construction damage or accidents to both public and private property. But what are we going to do? We're going to work to mitigate the short-term impacts. We're going to use construction techniques that minimize disturbances. We'll be doing pipe bursting and horizontal directional drilling instead of digging up an entire front yard. We're going to establish guidelines to cover vegetation removal, noise and dust reduction, and maintaining traffic. We'll be complying with all permit requirements. And like I said, we don't anticipate adverse long-term impacts from lead service line replacements. This is our project schedule, and it's kind of a tight one, if you'll see. So we did a public hearing notice out on May 20th. Placed the draft project plan on public record. That was posted on the city's website. We had, and what we're doing right now is the formal public hearing. If council chooses to do so, council resolution of the project plan and adopting it. And then we're shooting for, if council approves, submittal of the final project plan to Eagle on July 1 of 2020. And the phases below of implementation for this project are below, and that's what I went over earlier in the presentation. So in summary, the state has mandated that we replace all lead and lead connected to galvanized service lines by 2024 or 2041, beginning in 2021. With this plan, we'll be able to replace 75% of our known lead lines by 2024. This plan does not require the city to raise water rates at this time. The focus of this project is not only to ensure that we continue to prevent lead exposure to our residents, but also meet the expectations of the state. And we have a target date to begin replacing lead service lines in the spring of 2021. So right here, we have some resources about lead service lines. You have a link to the city's update on lead service line and testing that we've done, information from Oakland County, and information from the state of Michigan. Now, some of you may be wondering, like, well, I think I have a lead service line, or I have a lead service line. Well, I have a lead service line myself. Our water supervisor has a lead service line. And there's a few semi-simple things that you can do to help mitigate potential exposure while you have that lead service line, and that's replacing older faucets. Older faucets could potentially have been made with lead. So that's something, if you have the ability to replace a faucet, pay attention to the material that that faucet's made of. Flush your cold water. And what I mean by that is if your water's been sitting stagnant in your lines for, 4, 6, 8 hours, run your cold water before you take a drink of it. Let that water run for a few minutes. If you do that, what you're doing is you're emptying out that water that's sitting stagnant within the lead service line. And then you're going to be directly pulling out of our water main. And our water mains are not made of lead. You can install an ANSI standard 53 water filter. Those are rated for lead. It never hurts. And then also, I think a thing that's commonly overlooked is cleaning our aerators. And that's the section on your faucet that your water's coming out. Typically, it just unscrews. Those can get kind of gunky, so it's good to screw those off from time to time and clean those things out. So we're going to go to questions, but prior to, I would like to move into the next slide. And like I said at the very beginning, this link right here, if you could go to that link and just fill out your name, your address, best way to contact you so we can pass along additional information about this project plan, about the Drinking Water Revolving Fund that's available. We would really appreciate that. If you're having an issue with the link, please feel free to just shoot your name, your address, best way to contact you, whether it's email or by phone, to my email address listed here, dantosic@ferndalemI.gov. And then also, we have on the phone with us tonight, or on the meeting, Brad Shepler and Emily Aussie from Hubble, Roth, and Clark that helped out a lot in putting together the project plan itself. We've been working with HRC quite a bit when it comes to our monitoring compliance for water-related activities. Brad helped out extensively in putting together the RFP with SACWA that we joined in on. And they are present tonight if there is any additional questions that council or the public has. So I will turn it over for questions at this time.
Hey, Dan, I didn't have a question, but I wanted to point out when I clicked on that link that ends with 2020 DWRF, it takes me to a 404 page. So I think it might need to be updated on the packet.
That's not cool. I tried it out earlier today. But like I said, if it's not working for you, please email me at that email address listed. Let me pop back up to my screen sharing. Where did my presentation go? There we go. And move that over to the side for you guys. Okay. Anyone else?
Well, I'm gonna now open up for the public hearing, and then we'll have council ask questions after they hear from the public, okay? At this time, I'm now going to open up the public hearing for the Michigan Drinking Water Revolving Fund Project Plan for lead service line replacement. Assistant City Manager Kyle will take public comments via Zoom and phone as we do for call to audience. So take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor. So the raise your hand feature is active on Zoom. If you would like to speak, just go on down to the participants tab at the bottom of your screen, click that, and then at the bottom of the window that pops up should say raise your hand. And while we're waiting to do that, I will go through the phone lines. Uh, 3145, go ahead.
Good evening, Mike Flores from Whittington Street again. Dan, thanks for going through the presentation. I also had difficulty with the links. I wasn't able to access the presentation. So just some clarifying points. Number one is in regards to the $10 million loan, what is the length of that loan? I think I may have missed it in your presentation. And then secondly, have you and the finance director discussed maybe subsidizing this through the general fund, since the general fund is giving out loans of 1% versus 2%? I believe that the risk may be lower, obviously because we can repay it ourselves. But I guess obviously I'm just asking a question: have other alternatives been asked or reviewed in terms of loan to seek more favorable terms? And again, it seems that the city is giving out 1% versus 2% from the state. So if you can answer those two questions, I think that would be good for now. And if I have any more, I'll send you an email. But again, I wasn't able to access the presentation, so I don't know if that has an issue in terms of whether the city can move forward with any decision. But those are all my comments for now.
Yeah, so the repayment term on the loan would be over 20 years. Okay. And then with this, we are not able to, for lead service line replacements, we're not able to take a loan from the general fund to help pay for this program. And that is because the way that the state set this up is the system itself has to pay for the replacements. So in this case, it is the water and sewer fund and the ratepayers. It's not our general fund. It's not one of maybe our sanitation fund or major and local road fund. We are kind of tied into our water and sewer fund, or it's been said to get creative. I'm not really sure what that means outside of exploring the options that we have and that were presented earlier, such as we can pay as we go, and we budgeted for that. We can try and start out with a sizable loan from the state of Michigan, really ramp up the number of lead service lines that we can replace right off the bat. But we do need to keep in mind that, while we'll start out strong in the first 3 years of the program itself, that, we're confident that the number of lead service lines that we know right now that we will have to replace will become larger. And at that time, we don't have to raise rates right now, but possibly in the future, depending on the direction that we decide to go as a community, we could have to raise rates in the future to continue to fund the replacement of lead service lines. And I do apologize for the link in the presentation. So please just shoot me an email with your information while this is up. Possibly if the link isn't working itself, if you do kind of type that into your URL, you should have a good possibility of being able to make it work.
So, all right. Well, why don't if someone can work on those technical issues behind the scenes, that would be great. And we will move on to the next call-in member.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is the Jarvie family.
Good evening. This is Bruce Jarvie. I'm one of the houses that has a lead line. My question is on your horizontal drilling. Is that done from the house out to the meter or from the meter towards the house? And how much surface damage do you have to cause to make it happen?
We'll be drilling from the road into the house. The folks that do this work typically are pretty good at it. We'll likely want to come up through the floor in your basement if you do have a basement. So if we do that, we will have to break out a 2x2 possibly section of your basement floor in order to come up through. Part of the RFP that we joined in on is the restoration work, and that's a big deal. Getting the lawn restored properly, getting the foundation of your home restored properly, and so on. So those are all bid items that we would include within an RFP, and that we did include in a previous RFP that we joined in on for this work. But doing that horizontal drilling, directional drilling, gets us away from literally having to dig up your entire front yard. And it's a much quicker process to do so.
Okay, that's it's interesting that it's better to do it that way. The reason I ask is I'm not so much concerned about my basement. It's a Michigan basement. It's never been finished. There's nothing quality about it. But the front yard is definitely not lawn. It's all garden. You'd be going under 30 years work. So that was my concern. Between the shutoff valve and the street is totally expendable. And then between the shutoff valve and the house, we'd love to preserve that.
Thank you for those comments. And I think that's going to be, preservation is going to be part of the least amount of disruption possible, is what I think I heard our Deputy DPW Director say, and that we will be taking a look at how to do that going forward once we start this project. You are definitely not the only homeowner who has expressed concerns about their front lawn, and I understand and get it.
Mayor, I see no other raised hands.
Thank you, Jarvie family. All right, seeing no other hands raised for this period of the public hearing, I'm going to close the public comment hearing portion of this agenda item and move on to additional questions from council. And if there are no additional questions from council, we would need a motion to entertain going into debate.
Mayor Piana, through the chair, I have some questions and some comments too.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. First, I really appreciate your presentation, Dan. You provided a lot of information, and I sincerely appreciate the detail and thought that you put into it. I've definitely gotten input from residents that the minimum requirement of 5% replacement over 20 years is not desirable. So I'm glad that we're looking into options to increase that. I'll also note that increasing is also not desirable. So I appreciate looking into alternatives. You mentioned in your presentation that principal forgiveness may be available, and I wondered if you could share with us obviously there's a lot unknown about that, but could you share with us anything that is known about that? You know, who decides what's forgiven or under what circumstances, and when might we know more about that?
Dan, are you
Sorry.
with us?
Putting an adjusted link on there, so I apologize. So yes, there may be principal forgiveness. So what can happen is if council approves and adopts a resolution, we will submit our application to the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan will then score our application. And while we're doing this, other communities are also doing this, right? So, you know, if we get a good enough score and the funding is there to do so, there is a possibility of 10% forgiveness. And I believe in the past, you've seen something somewhere around the lines of 10% principal forgiveness. Now, it's hard to say whether we'll actually see that principal forgiveness or not. That's really up to the state and the resources that they have.
Follow-up question. So once, assuming that we approve the resolution tonight and that we move forward with the application process, once we go through that process and get scored and get additional information, does this come back in front of us before a final loan terms are approved?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't sign our lives away on a $10 million loan without giving everyone a heads up and prior approval to do so. So say, you know, the state of Michigan says, City of Ferndale, we can give you this $10 million loan for lead service line replacements. We'll come back to council and say, hey, council, we were approved for the $10 million loan. If we choose to move forward with it, you know, the next step in the process is issuing an RFP through the state of Michigan for lead service line replacements. So yes, we joined in with South Oakland County Water Authority on an RFP for lead service line replacements. We can't use that RFP for this project. We would have to go through the state of Michigan's bid process for this.
So to be clear, approval tonight is for the application process, which the loan could be declined if we don't approve of whatever comes back, just to be really clear about that.
Correct. This project plan is so we can apply for a loan. We are not saying that, hey, we're doing a $10 million loan right now. In the future, council will have the ability to say, yes, we want to move forward with this loan. No, we would not want to move forward with this loan.
Thank you.
Those were great questions. Are there any other questions from council? I had one, hearing none from the other council members, is you said that the loan fund, bonding, and cost savings were the three main ways that we could pay for the long-term investment to replace these lead lines. And bonding was ruled out from this project plan. Is that correct?
It hasn't been completely ruled out. It just hasn't been fully jumped into and explored yet because of the additional costs that would be associated with our bond attorneys and so on, as to how feasible it would be for us to issue a bond with the water and sewer fund. But it's something that we could still explore in the future, but we would need to know that there is a cost associated with us doing that exploration.
I think that avenue should be explored to some extent. If acceleration of getting this done is a priority of council rather than 20 years to get it done, to shorten it to some period, just definitely puts pressure on overall costs and expenses, and goes above and beyond what the state is expecting at 5% replacement over the 20-year annual replacement over the 20-year period. So I don't know what our bonding flexibility is, given that we have a bond out for the DOT project as well as a couple others that I think are expiring soon. So to me, that would be something to take a look at as well. But given the very narrow parameters, the state has enabled cities to actually pay for their unfunded mandate that the state created. It's an important mandate for the public health and safety of our residents, but at the same time, the state has made it very difficult and challenging for cities to actually pay for this replacement with the few, options that they've provided already. So, all right. With that said, is there a motion from council to go into debate? Discussion.
I motion that we approve the drinking water revolving fund project plan for lead service line replacement.
Support.
Moved by Mikulski and supported by Polika. Is there discussion by council? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we have a vote call, please?
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piano?
Yes. All right, that concludes the public hearing. Moving on to our consent agenda. It is a long one, and I am going to read the alphabet here. Starting with 8A, approval of minutes of regular city council virtual meeting held June 8th, 2020. 8B was moved to the regular consent or regular agenda item. 8C is approval of the appointment of representative and alternative to the SOCRA Board of Trustees as submitted by the DPW Director. 8D, approval of the Michigan Municipal League membership renewal and dues in the amount of $7,977 charged to the City Council membership and dues with the appropriate count number as submitted by City Clerk. 8E, approval of the recommendation for the mayor to sign the contract between Dorsey Emergency Medical Academy and Ferndale Fire Department to allow EMS students and fire department employees to perform clinical rotations with the fire department to obtain a paramedic license as submitted by Fire Chief. 8F, approval of payment to Tri-County International Trucks for emergency truck repair in the amount of $3,942.22. The expense to be charged to General Fund Motor Pool Repair and Maintenance, account number listed as submitted by DPW Director. 8G, approval of payment to Woodsman Services for emergency tree removal in the amount of $4,200. The expense to be charged to General Fund Public Services Contractual Services, an account number is listed as submitted by the DPW Deputy Director. 8H, approval of data migration invoice for Granicus for past council meeting agenda packets and minute files in the amount of $16,000 to be charged to City Clerk contractual number as listed, the account number listed as submitted by City Clerk. 8I, approval to upgrade the Department of Public Works time clock to Novat time in the amount of $4,595. The expense to be charged to General Fund Public Services Contractual Services and the account number as listed as submitted by DPW Director. 8J, approval to extend the Michigan National Resources Trust Fund agreement for the grant funds awarded to the City of Ferndale for the Geary and Wander Park improvement projects and execute the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund agreement. 8K, approval of the water main easement agreement for the Iron Ridge development as submitted by the planning manager. 8L, approval of the stormwater drainage facility maintenance agreement for the Iron Ridge development as submitted by the planning manager. 8M, approval of renewing the Transportation Improvement Association membership in the amount of $6,510 charged to Major Streets membership and dues. Account number is listed as submitted by the DPW Director. 8N, approval of the agreement and resolution for CARES Act distribution between Oakland County and the City of Ferndale as submitted by City Manager. 8O, approval of the attached changes to the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ferndale, the Ferndale Clerical and Technical Employees Union, AFSCME 998 for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, as submitted by HR Director. 8P, approval of the attached changes to the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ferndale and the Ferndale Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 812 for the period of June 28th, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, as submitted by the HR Director. 8Q was put on the regular agenda, and 8R, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the City Manager's Office and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee. What is the pleasure of City Council?
I move to approve the items on the consent agenda as read by Mayor Piana.
Support.
Moved by James, supported by Polika. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call, please?
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lakes May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. Excellent. We are moving on to the regular agenda. Item 9A, consideration to confirm appointments for boards and commissions. And tonight we have 3 appointments for the consistent boards and commissions tonight, one for the Beautification Commissions, Arts and Cultural, and Planning Commission. And Marnie, do you have the applicants who are being appointed tonight for City Council?
Yes, thank you. We did receive 3 applications. They were Marianne Wessels applied for the Arts and Cultural Commission. We had, excuse me, one sec here. Got all kinds of information up, but not that one.
All right, and we also have Dustin Hagefors for the Planning Commission, who was on, I believe, the Beautification Commission, is moving over to the Planning Commission. And the Arts and Cultural Commission tonight, I do not have the item in front of me. Marnie?
That was Marianne Wessels for the
Marianne
Arts. And yes, Dustin Hagefors for Planning Commission and Ann Galligan for the Beautification Commission.
I apologize to council that you don't have their application in front of you. I thought that the packet was going to be updated. But I have reviewed everybody, and for the Planning Commission, Dustin is he works for Smart Transportation and has been a previous volunteer on the DDA Design Committee for 3 years and has knows a lot about how we are moving forward in the direction of Ferndale, and his transportation expertise will be very helpful, particularly as we update our non-motorized plan this year, among other things. And Marianne Wessels is a graphic design artist and is going to use her talents on the Arts and Cultural Commission, and I believe you're all familiar with Marianne. And then let me pull up Ann's. Marnie, do you have Marianne's or Ann's information ready to go?
Yes, he is a GM Design Tech Center appearance lead. And she has been participating in the boards and commission meetings for a while now. She did submit this application back in January, and she has quite a long list of Ferndale involvement, former beautification former beautification award winner. She's an Elks member, part of the Bear Patrol, chicken owner. She's been involved in public service since before she moved to Michigan, starting back in Kentucky.
Excellent. So if there's any questions from council, be more than happy to answer them. And I think a couple of the individuals indicated they might be on the phone this evening joining us.
Yes, Mayor. I see Mary Ann. I'll give her the ability to talk. The other two I don't see, but I'll check again.
Excellent. Hi, Mary Ann. Would you like to join us and say hello tonight as part of the appointment process?
Can you hear me?
Hi, good evening.
Okay. Sorry, it just seems weird. Hi. If you guys have any questions, just ask away.
Don't have any questions. Just grateful that you are volunteering your time and continuing to support the city going forward. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for the consideration for the appointment.
All right. If there are no questions from council, would love to have your motion.
I move to approve the appointments as described by Mayor Piana.
And that would be the appointment of, you would need to actually do the recommended actions for their term endings.
Okay, I didn't write down Ann's last name. Can you remind me of Ann's last name?
It's Galligan.
Galligan, thank you. I move to confirm the mayoral appointment of Ann Galligan to the Beautification Commission for term ending December 31st, 2022. Confirm the mayoral appointment of Mary Ann Wessels to the Arts and Cultural Commission for term ending December 31st, 2021. And confirm the mayoral appointment of Dustin Hagsford. Did I get his last name right? Hagthors. To the Planning Commission for term ending December 31st, 2021. Sorry for messing up Dustin's last name.
Excellent, thank you.
Support.
All right, moved by James and supported by Mikulski. Marty, can we have, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes, thank you. Excellent. Next is 9B, consideration of the resolutions for temporary outdoor seating and sales for COVID-19 pilot programs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go ahead and present that. I'm going to start with a share screen and see if this works. All right, is everyone able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. All right. Murphy's Law avoids me for now. We'll see how this goes. So let me just get this out of the way. All right. So I'm going to present, and I just want to do a quick shout out here. The DDA Executive Director, Lena Stevens, and Planning Manager, Justin Lyons, really put in the lion's share of work in developing these concepts and really making sure they'd be harmonious with the many types of businesses that we have throughout our city. But I'm very excited to present these to you today. And please feel free to interrupt me if you have questions as we go. But I'm just going to kind of go through the scope of this presentation. So it starts with some feedback we received from businesses. As we know, businesses throughout the country are working really hard to adapt in response to the challenges of COVID-19. And we wanted to rally in support of them and think about what we could do as a city, as a downtown development authority, to support them. We came up with these proposed expansion opportunities for businesses to be able to operate. The main focus here is being able to operate in a social distancing compliant format. So dealing with things like reduced occupancy loads inside of a restaurant or a retail store. You still have to pay 100% rent on those places, but your revenue potential drastically goes down when you have to limit the number of people inside. So a lot of these are focused on how can folks safely engage inside businesses, curbside for businesses. So I'll be going into those. And then I'm also going to talk about, if council chooses to adopt these tonight, what the application process would look like. I'm going to summarize what the proposed council action items would do. There's 3 resolutions at play here. And I'm just going to kind of briefly speak to that just for the folks at home who aren't familiar with our processes and how this would all work. And then I'm also going to talk about any fees and rates applied to this. Obviously, our focus is keeping this minimally cost for businesses who are struggling with revenue. So I'm going to talk about some discounted rates that we're looking at here. And then finally, if these items are approved, I'll have some proposed next steps that we're going to go through. So here we go. Again, starting with the business feedback. And so a lot of this has been businesses reaching out to us since the pandemic started. The DDA also, through the business response team, led some business wellness calls. So we had some of those, but also in addition to those sort of one-on-one engagement opportunities, we also conducted some surveys. And we essentially, well, the most recent was June 6th. So we conducted a survey and we asked specifically, as we started to hear things bubble up, things like closing streets, opening up sidewalks and rights of way, we started hearing that from our neighbor cities, from other businesses. And so we spoke to those explicitly and we tried to gain feedback on whether or not these were things that our business community actually wanted. So essentially what I'm going to go through here is that feedback at a high level. So first off, again, community challenges and innovation as we face reopening, stuff that shouldn't sound like a surprise here. I already talked about some of these. Social distancing requirements. Businesses are already experimenting with their existing patios, private property, so their minds are already on this. The full timeline of the COVID threat is unclear. So I'm not going to read all these verbatim. I'll just kind of hit the highlights. But we saw most of the businesses that open as of June 15th. There's still some that aren't able to open. There's some where it's kind of ambiguous. So we're trying to help businesses navigate that. The overall crux of the feedback we received is give the businesses some flexibility for outdoor activity and also provide collective promotion. So you're going to see a lot tonight about the outdoor space, but a lot of the story was also they want to see, businesses want to see the city get involved in collective business promotion and common messaging around protocols with the fluid situation, with the controversy around, wearing masks and all the stuff that entails, and are we allowed to force somebody to wear a mask if they walk in? The state has issued some guidelines on that. The county has as well. Businesses are kind of feeling shell-shocked from all the sources of information, and they have asked for some local sources that kind of bring it all together. So without further ado, these expansion opportunities, here are some concepts that we've come up with and we're bringing forward tonight in the form of a few resolutions that if council adopts these, our zoning ordinance would provide the flexibility that the businesses are asking for. So the first one is outdoor dining and sales on private property. And by the way, and this will be a common theme here, all of these pilots that we're talking about here, these temporary suspensions of portion of our ordinance, they would all go through December 31st, 2020. Okay, so all of these here, just keep that deadline in your mind. That would be, as of, tomorrow, if this passed, through December 31st, 2020. So outdoor dining and sales on private property. The beauty of this is it's definitely not as complex as replacing lead water lines. It's pretty much what it says. We're going to let businesses use their private property, whether in this case here with Urban Rest, the outdoor space adjacent to their building, or if you are one of the lucky few to have your own parking lot in town, we're going to allow you to use that space, and two things are going to go away during this time. Special land use requirements, so you won't have to go to Planning Commission for this, and parking requirements. So we're going to let you take up spaces in your parking lot to do stuff like this. You're going to have to go through, and you'll see this when I talk about process in a little more detail, an expedited administrative review that involves my department, CED, so building safety and fire safety, signing off. And the PD has also been a huge help in this. If you intend to sell beer and wine or alcohol, spirits in your outdoor areas, as long as you have an app in process with the state, the PD is going to allow you to proceed, and we're going to follow their suit. As long as you can demonstrate that you are seeking that approval, we're not going to make you wait till you have it to start. And we'll obviously follow up and make sure you got it, but our focus here is You know, we all know pure Michigan weather does not stay generous for very long, or consistent for that matter. So we want to make sure you can get the most out of it. So we're kind of really, the paperwork and the bureaucracy is important, but we're really trying to just get these things going. So that's the outdoor dining and sales on private property. Similar vein, we're going to open up some city properties, and I'm going to show some maps in a moment of areas that we've identified, but we're going to allow the licensing of designated right-of-way areas, sidewalks, and parking spaces for outdoor dining and sales activities. And again, just like the other ones, they'd be approved through a very simple permit process. And we're actually going to explore installing 1 or 2 concepts ourselves. But the idea would be we're going to provide delineators if necessary, just like on the bike lanes, and signage. We're going to outline these areas, and we're going to offer them up to businesses to lease. And if a business chooses to lease, they can put their own amenities. You know, our businesses have been incredibly creative about the outdoor spaces that they have. So we're going to give you the slate, and you're going to be able to populate it. But you can see in the image here, this is an example of what's called a parklet. That's actually the size of a parking space. And if for the folks at home that are watching that image real closely, you can see the line that kind of runs diagonal at the bottom right. That is essentially an ADA connection. So that's where the road meets the curb. And so they create a barrier-free, accessible space, and folks can hop in there, and they're protected from traffic, but they can sit down, they can eat, they can read, they can gather in a socially distant format, of course. And you can see the way this one's designed. It's got multiple points of entry and exit, and it allows, you know, a couple people at a time to enjoy that, 2, 3, possibly 4 or 5, just kind of enjoying that with separate space and doing their thing in downtown. So we're going to, again, try to install 1 to 2 of these with our business support budget as well as the DDA. But we're going to, again, the vast majority, we want to create these for businesses to take advantage of. So the next one, free pickup and curbside delivery parking zones. So we're also going to designate some areas. We've already had some free curbside parking going on. We're going to formalize this, put some structure around it, and we're going to create areas in some of our parking lots and some of our high traffic areas where there's a lot of dining. You know, we're going to take advantage of alleys to create a safe traffic circulation scenario where curbside pickup and delivery, and by the way, these are for retail and dining as well. So both types of businesses can take advantage of these. We are really kind of focusing on those businesses that have been hardest hit. But if you require that walk-up traffic to survive, we're going to bring this curbside element for you as well. So businesses will be able to take advantage of those. And again, simple permit process if you want to take advantage of that. Existing rideshare locations throughout the downtown, will be converted to these curbside pickup locations. So you're going to get east side of Woodward, west side of Woodward. And what we're doing here is we're also trying to take that activity off of roadways. We know Woodward is a bit of a wild west for back in when Uber and Lyft were operating. We know that those kind of deliveries happen. We're trying to take that traffic away, and we're trying to incentivize it coming off of those main arteries and off the roads by creating free spaces where it can occur. We're going to sign those and program those as well. So here's some concept details. So you can see at a high level areas throughout town where this is going to be eligible. Now, I will say that businesses throughout the city can take advantage of this. And you are going to see that a lot of these are focused on downtown. But frankly, that's because you've got a parking system that can support these types of activities, and you've got the critical mass of businesses. So our other corridors, we're willing to work with those and take ideas on a case-by-case basis, but you are going to see a lot of what is here today and tonight is for downtown. So just very briefly, and I can always revisit these. I'm going to kind of fly through these in the interest of time, but I can revisit these if you'd like me to, anybody that has questions. But these are the curbside delivery parking zones. You can see the green squares. We've got that 4 corners coverage in areas throughout the downtown that are strategically selected to serve business clusters and make it easy for folks to get in traffic, get their stuff, and get back to where they want to enjoy it. So then here's the outdoor dining and sales on select city properties. There's a few of these. I'm going to scroll through kind of quickly, but this just gives you an idea of what we're talking about with all these amenities. So this is West 9 Mile and the Withington lot. You can see the Withington lot we're using for that vehicular circulation. We're also acknowledging that people are still coming there to park, but we're using the alley to our advantage to create the curbside pickup zone. And that allows us, by bringing that activity off of 9 Mile, that's going to unclog the traffic there, or at least contribute to that. And we're going to try to create that pedestrian and gathering, socially distant compliant gathering space on 9 Mile. So while 9 Mile will remain open to vehicular traffic, we're really trying to take the bulk of that traffic and bring it to the Withington lot so that commerce can take place and the people gathering can take place on 9 Mile. So just another example, Woodward to Bermuda, same thing. We're taking advantage of not only our lots, but also you can see that big blue square is thank you DEA for leasing the lot at 9 in Bermuda. And astute folks who have visited downtown recently have probably already started to see amenities go up there. So that's going to be a programmed area for safe social distant gathering. Summer Reilly of the DDA has really been leading the charge of getting those amenities out. The DPW has been a godsend and stellar in putting that stuff together. So you're going to see that come to life over the coming days and weeks. But as these other concepts come online, they'll all work together as a system to create this environment where you can do your curbside and you can be socially distant and enjoy our downtown. So you can see here's another example. Here's East Troy Street. So again, using the Fall V parking lot, creating that space, but also acknowledging that, again, parking is still going to happen there. So we've designed this with all of that in mind. And then again, just West 9 Mile and West Troy Street. So again, same theme, different place. And again, I can come back to these if folks want to zero in. But I'm just trying to fly through here again. East Breck lot, just showing you no stone unturned and really trying to take advantage of the places where we can do this. And then the other one that I want to talk about, so now that I've kind of gone through the parking and the outdoor space, we're also loosening up restrictions for mobile vending in the Central Business District. So again, this is for retail and for food. Now, obviously, when you think of mobile vending, you really think small push carts and food trucks. Well, we're going to suspend zoning regulations that currently prohibit and limit the hours of those types of amenities. We know there's a few that are lovingly experimenting with that right now, but we're going to make the pilot official if council decides to approve this tonight. Again, this would be another one that would be allowed through December 31st. Very simple permit process, expedited. These are going to be, excuse me, these will be our department's top priority. If this is passed tonight, we will put these all to the top of the pile and make sure this stuff gets out there. And walk-up windows on private property. Anybody who's had a Detroit cookie has seen this. We have a super expedited process for this. It's a $50 permit fee, and it's administrative review. So if you want to put up a walk-up window in your property, we are trying to move that at light speed for you. So with that, those are the amenities that we're proposing, the enhancements that we're proposing, and here's the application process. All of this would run through my department, the CED department. So you can kind of see here are the 4 opportunities. Essentially, the common theme here is we don't need any fancy drawings. We don't need any architecturals, nothing crazy. This is send us a note with your address, your plans, your proposed layout. We're going to review for safety and ADA compliance, and we're going to get you in, we're going to get you out. That's for all of these. And you can see the fees there. We have broken these down that this is literally the minimal amount of time it will take for all parties to review. These are not money grabs. We really, really sharpen the pencil on these. And I will tell you, it's not on this chart, but we are willing in the CED department. We recognize that businesses are crunched right now and money is not exactly flowing. So we're willing to take these fees as many as 120 days after the approval. So we don't expect it right up front. And we want to know that we want these businesses to know that we understand their position that they're in. And we understand that you'd be doing this to actually boost revenues. So we're willing to wait until you've had a chance to get that revenue flowing and you're feeling better and you're getting more stable to take that fee. And this is all temporary. This is a situation that none of us have faced before in our lifetimes. And so we're trying to acknowledge that moment. And while we still have to cover costs and we still have to be consistent, we're trying to create opportunities for businesses to focus on running their business and getting back to the business of their work at the same time. So that's kind of what we have here. So this I'm also very excited about, and I appreciate the city manager's office and the parking office for helping me work this out. We're proposing a substantial discount on the leased spaces. Normally these spaces go for $13 a day. What we're trying to do is incentivize businesses to take the coordination work out of it. And if you want to take advantage of this as a business, we want to incentivize, go ahead and try it for the season. And we're making that incredibly cheap. So $39 a month per space. So it works out to a 90% discount of what you would pay if you went out and leased that space today. We're really trying to incentivize this and make this work. We recognize that parking isn't free to maintain, but we also recognize that if we're not supporting our businesses and we're not helping them generate the traffic downtown, if they're not open to generate that traffic, then parking revenue is going to take a hit anyway. So we've run the numbers. We know the parking system can handle these rates, and we're looking at our business support funds and ways to kind of offset that loss. And the important thing right here is we are taking this temporary opportunity to provide some relief for businesses to help them get back open. And so that's what this is all about. Costs money to run a parking system, but it also costs money to run a business. And if the businesses aren't pumping, the parking system ain't getting parking. So that symbiotic relationship is very important, and that's why we've put these rates together. And so we're very excited to do that, and we are willing to work with the businesses to look at their plans to make this work for them. So we're very excited to put that out there. With that, proposed council action items. So I mentioned that there are 3 resolutions that cover this. Okay, and what I'm suggesting is that I'm proposing that they all be considered as one motion. It does not have to be that way. It's just an option for expediency. And so you can see this is a summary of what's happening. So you've got the 3 resolutions. Now, one thing I'd like to point out is, excuse me, I apologize. What I'd like to point out is I humbly propose that council amend the motion that is in the books. And if you can see that line there, I'm circling it with this fun little hand here, the PDF here, amend your motion to further adopt the application fees and rental rates as outlined in this presentation, the CED department's presentation. By adding that language to your motion, it codifies those fees for the duration of this pilot to make sure if there are any inconsistencies, we don't believe there are, but if Murphy's Law hits and there's something we missed, just make sure there are, what you see here is what businesses will see and pay, and allow them that flexibility as opposed to what these applications would cost and take in normal circumstances. So I'm asking that you please amend your motion. If you are inclined to approve this tonight, please make that amendment to the motion. But other than that, you can kind of see how your actions as council will suspend these portions of our ordinance throughout the duration of the pilot. The walk-up window is the only exception. It's currently active, but we wanted to use this opportunity shamelessly to let folks know it's there if you hadn't heard about it before. So that is the extent of the proposal there. I just wanted to let folks know what's coming next. So implement expansion opportunities, obviously step 1. That's approved tonight. Our number 1 priority is get this stuff going. We're going to be exploring additional opportunities, including amenities and elements that would allow year-round route use. We're going to be watching this very closely. If people are getting a lot of success out of it, I mentioned Michigan's great weather. We know that it's a grab bag starting in October. So we want to really, really focus on if this is something people are getting use out of, whether it's igloos, whether it's canopies and heat lamps, we're going to look at different ways to provide that support. We're going to then start focusing on promotion and communication. This is a big thing our business has asked for. So shared ad buys. I've mentioned the Open and Ferndale brand platform launching soon. We're going to put that to work and get businesses, get the megaphone out, just like that little image there. And we're going to do our best to help bring business to our downtown area and our other commercial corridors. And then we're going to be continuing that business engagement. This isn't the end of the story. We want to be monitoring how this stuff is going, what businesses are learning in the field as this is happening and unfolding. And we want to make sure that we are adaptive in response to what our businesses need. So that's what we're up to, and that's what will come next. With that, I just want to say thank you. One last detail on here. If nothing else, as a business watching this or anybody that wants to know, email me if you have any questions. My email's right there. Our building official is going to be our point person for all intake and closing out of these permits. He will be your handhold, one-stop shop, the only person you have to interact with. And if you email me, if you can't figure out how to get a hold of them, you just get to me, and I will make sure you're with Scott. And Scott, our building official, is going to walk through every application and make sure these all get taken care of. With that, I appreciate the opportunity to present this. I thank everybody for helping put it together. And I'd like to open it up to questions, if there are any.
Thank you, Jordan. Are there questions from council?
I have a comment, if I may. I just want to say that reading this presentation and knowing the steps that that you, Jordan, and the economic development team, community economic development team, and DDA have done to help sustain these businesses, I think is just, I'm really impressed because I think it's really some forward thinking. I'm excited that it's been a hard time for everyone, and the fact that the city is working with these businesses to help sustain their businesses and to provide a safety element for individuals to go out and feel comfortable patronizing these businesses. I'm really impressed, and I just want to thank you guys for doing that. I feel comfortable going out to these businesses, and I don't have to do carryouts all the time, and I can, knowing that there'll be some safety and distancing and practices, and being able to enjoy the great outdoors as well. So thank you again, and I look forward to visiting these businesses.
Excellent. Are there any questions from council? If not, we need a motion.
Through the chair, I have a couple of questions. First, in regards to the public lots, is there any restriction as to the amount of space that can be leased by a business? Are we, for example, if a business currently can only occupy 250 people, are we limiting the amount of space that they can lease to equate to that size? Or are we going to let a business just lease as much space as they would like? And I ask that because we're kind of limited in a lot of those public spaces. And if every business, or even if half of the businesses request space, I think a lot of that available space is going to be used up rather quickly. And I would hate to see a business take up a huge percentage, or a couple of businesses take up a huge percentage of the space, and maybe some of these smaller businesses kind of be left in the lurch.
Greg, that's an excellent question.
Through the chair, the resolution regarding the utilization of the public lots does specify that the ability would be to utilize parking spaces that are adjacent to the particular business. And that particular issue was discussed with the planner, Justin Lyons, and it really will have to be worked out with the department where perhaps multiple adjacent businesses wish to utilize this potential resource. So it's supposed to be the space that would be adjacent to the business, but that's going to have to be evaluated by the department.
So this really only applies to the adjacent businesses to the parking, because there are places, for example, like on Woodward, that aren't really adjacent to the lot on 9 Mile there, right behind Como's, but could easily have access to that through the alley. So in actuality, you're saying that really the only business that could benefit from the parking lot behind Como's is Como's.
Well,
Dan, or if you want to take that.
You know, that's something that might need to be worked out, but certainly the concern was exactly what you said, Councilman, that a particular business might wish to utilize a significant portion of that limited resource, and the consequence of that could be that other adjacent businesses would not have that opportunity. So that there's not a precise formula that is articulated in the resolution, but it was referenced that it would be as it relates to the adjacent business. The concept of that would be adjacent, not down the block, for somebody to be able to secure that type of parking. And maybe that's something that council has some thought on, but
Sorry, Dan. I did give an opportunity to handle a bit of this project being a pilot. Jordan, can you just talk a little bit on the flexibility and some of the other resources you're bringing to the table to make sure your diligence is going to be necessarily involved?
Thanks, Joe, and thanks, Dan. Dan overall has the context correct. This is one of those things, as a pilot, we're kind of feeling this out. We have 48 spaces that are affected by all of these opportunities. and we're going to see what the demand is coming through. We're going to fall back on that resolution language to make sure that we spread the wealth, if you will, as much as possible. But for example, think of businesses like Brooks Brewing and Treat Dreams. You've got the Breck lot over there. So that's the closest lot to them. So as we work this out and we look at the pilot, we're going to be kind of looking at businesses that are in proximity to the areas that we've designated. Obviously, we're starting with immediate adjacency, but we're going to look at that sort of tangential access, as you mentioned, Greg, through the alley. And we're going to basically work that out. And actually, it's another item on the agenda tonight, but the potential contract with the FAC, if that's approved, one of the resources that Joy Wells of the Chamber will provide is additional capacity for these one-on-one evaluations and negotiations as we kind of flesh out this pilot. So we absolutely are going to work that out. And our goal is to let as many businesses as possible feel the benefit of this.
Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking like, Imperial, Housed by You, they're not directly behind the parking lot, but, they have easy access. A lot of people that attend those businesses do park in that lot. So that's the one thing that brought to mind. So I'd be curious to see how this pans out as we move forward. And the other question I had is hours of operation. Are we ensuring that these spaces are going to be aligned with their hours of operation, but at the same time dealing, with respect to the surrounding community? So I look at the Withington lot, and there are some businesses and some bars and restaurants that are open till 2 a.m. I'm sure a lot of those residents, understand that these businesses are having a hard time going through this period of time, but they also don't want to have to deal with a lot of the loud noise that generally would not affect them if people weren't dining at 2 a.m. in the parking lot.
Greg, that's a great point. Noise ordinance and all those other aspects of like good neighbors policy, that will all still take effect, and that'll all still be applicable, and we'll absolutely be taking that into account when we review these applications.
Excellent, thank you.
Chair, I had some questions that piggyback right off of that. One, I echo Councilmember Polika's concerns. Jordan, I appreciated when you said the word proximity with respect to these expanded outdoor dining areas. I'm much more comfortable looking at proximity more so than adjacency. But my question is, what is the process for any kind of post-implementation review? Once something gets set up, if we get feedback from neighbors that excessive noise, trash, parking, too much parking being pushed into residential areas, too much traffic being pushed into residential areas, what will the review process be for making adjustments or reconsidering any of this?
That's a great question. And so again, with this being a pilot, there is going to be a certain degree of learning curve going along the way. For most of those, we don't anticipate, in our conversations with the parking office, we don't anticipate that these 48 spaces going offline is going to generate excess sort of parking outside of the system. There still is capacity right now. We're not exactly at 100% of last year's utilization yet. We're growing by about 10% a week, according to the parking office. But even at that rate, you're still going to have capacity. That being said, all the other sort of disturbance of the peace elements, that will still be regulated through our code enforcement. Excuse me. And as we encounter those issues, the way our code department works is we go for compliance, not punishment, as a first line of defense. And if there's not a workable solution that compliance can be achieved, just as if it were at their business, if we have to look at closing the lease out, or if we have to look at modifying the lease or placing limitations on it, we're going to start with that. And if we don't see the process get corrected, we'll take starker action. So we obviously we don't want to solve one problem by creating another. So these questions are spot on, but our code team will be looking at this the entire way. And after after we get through the bulk of the season, toward the end, probably around, I would say, November, December, we'll be having an after-action review. So we're going to get together as a department. We're going to invite public comment and feedback from the businesses. And we're going to take, if anybody's not familiar with that concept, essentially it's you get together, you look at what worked well, what didn't as a whole. So not only will we be looking at this throughout and monitoring each space, we're going to get together at the end as a whole and, hey, is this something that we should continue or do again? Or, you know, and nothing else, if next time we have some major business disruption that requires this kind of response, what should that process look like? I mean, we kind of came up with this in response to the pandemic. We want to kind of learn from that and say, what can we create as a toolkit in the future? So we're kind of looking at it both ways. We'll absolutely, though, on a daily basis. And the other thing is, just like anything else, you know, there is see, click, fix. But if you've got an issue, if you live near one of these leased spaces and you're finding a disruption that you didn't see before in your neighborhood, I want you to reach out to code enforcement and we'll navigate it and we'll figure it out.
For the chair. Jordan, you might have mentioned this, but I might have missed it. So regarding the walk-up window, I see that there was a $50 application fee to do that. And the reasons behind why the cookie company did put the window up is, I understand that as well. And I noticed that all of these other changes run through December 31st. So if any other persons or wants to put up a walk-up window, is that just for them to have? Will there be additional fees for that throughout consecutive years, or is that just the one time and we acknowledge that this is because that this business put this window in because of the COVID crisis, so they're not going to be like penalized years coming regarding having that extra form of access or anything. I just want to make sure that the $50 that they paid probably is it and nothing more.
I'm very glad you asked that question. That's an important clarification. The walk-up window is a little different because it's a permanent change to your property unless they decide to brick it in. That one is the one exception that can live past this, and once you've paid that $50, you're done. There's no renewal for the walk-up. All these other ones, they're treated as if, you know, this is a one-time pilot and it's a one-time fee. And if there was a future where we decided that, you know what, like Urban Rest did their thing outside next to their building and they wanted to do that every year like a sidewalk cafe, if at such time we decided to continue that, it would be one time. And that this is the whole point here. This is not a money grab. We're basically focused on just doing very basic due diligence, life safety, and reviews, and that's it. So it's a one-time deal for the life of the pilot.
Hey, Jordan, on that note, I did want to say that I appreciate you posting the fees and that you did your best to keep those fees low. Could you tell us a little bit about why we would have fees for those parking spaces, especially considering that Royal Oak has the same sort of program where parking spaces adjacent to, for instance, a restaurant they're able to access those for free. So they're doing the same sort of thing, but they're actually letting businesses take over those parking spaces without any undue cost. And again, I think the price points are reasonable. I would just like a little bit of the rationale behind it.
If I could, through the chair, there is a charter limitation on providing free parking. And I think that is part of what the rationale was, to have a reduced rate, but not an elimination of any fee.
Dan, can you explain that further? In the city charter, there's restrictions on free parking?
There is. I am looking for the section right now. If you give me a moment, I'll be able to identify the section.
Okay.
Through the chair, while Dan works with that, I would also add just two comments. One, the fees are, all of these solutions were designed on the basis of resilience, which is what each recovery team is tasked for. I don't know if you look at the call to action in Jordan's introduction, he refers to a business team that is working on comprehensive business solutions in response to COVID. So the idea of resilience, we want to make sure that if these things work, they could be applicable and doable a year from now. So we know that financially the city couldn't, well, by charter you can't give away the free parking, but also from a sustainability perspective, we know that we can't as for Ferndale and Royal Oak, it's kind of, parking funds are business-related funds or enterprise funds. We're in a different financial position than Royal Oak's parking system. They don't have active outstanding debt service obligations as it relates to their parking system. Their parking systems were either largely sold to private developers for private use or subsidized by private developers. So there are different relationships, different debt obligations, and certainly different cash flow operations from the city, from each parking system perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Royal Oak's a lot bigger. Their downtown's a lot bigger and they have a lot more parking than we do. I think that would have one impact on it, on the ability to provide free versus having to pay. Dan, are you ready?
If you can give me one more moment, I will be. I don't have that.
I'm going to go back to you. I did have one question for Jordan, and that is, I know some of the walk-up window in one of the businesses has caused a change in traffic patterns on the side street and has caused consternation with the residents. And I was wondering how parking shift patterns might be accommodated for with a walk-up window.
That is a good question, and I'm not just saying that to say it. All these have been good questions, but that's what we're looking at with every one of these. When we review the plans, we're going to make those projections. We're going to look at, like in the same way that we laid out our curbside parking areas and the delivery zones. When we look at these plans and they tell us their circulation pattern, we're going to look at that. We're going to see if that squares with what we know about traffic patterns and how we've seen them evolve. And if we're going to try to spot those issues before they appear. That said, I would love to follow up. I mean, I know of the one walk up at Detroit Cookie Co. If there's another one that is the issue, I'd love to follow up on that directly and personally. I'll look into that. But for any future businesses that take this up, that will be a key consideration of the review to mitigate those effects.
All right, so the real sort of situation here is that staff has really tried to come up with a unique response to the pandemic which our businesses are facing. Some of the, the timeline is shortened in order to get this done in a timely way for our businesses. And there are some unknowns in some of how this will be impacted. And I think that's one of the areas of innovation and risk that all cities that are contemplating this right now are taking. If we wait, then we don't help our businesses in a way that they need help right now. And if we take action and figure it out as we go, that allows us to be more flexible and agile to this situation and learn as we go with each businesses as they sort of test out these new ways of operating under these under the coronavirus conditions in which we're all trying to navigate. So to me, it's patience as well as figuring it out with the businesses who are trying it and working with them and being patient because they might not get it right away. There might be some bumps along the way, but I think the city has proven we're a good partner in figuring them out. That's kind of how I assess the situation, and based off of my comments and listening to residents and talking to residents, that they're very interested in seeing how this can help our downtown, and they want to be a part of it as well. They're interested. I've gotten a lot of requests. The city's doing this. Why aren't we? All right. There's a little commentary before the motion, but I'm trying to stall here for Dan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I mean, the section of the Code of Ordinances is 18-205, which the relevant section says no free parking, storage, or other service shall be supplied by the system, which is the auto parking system, to any person, firm, or corporation, public or private, or for any public agency or instrumentality. So that's the section of the Code of Ordinances. There's a a comparable section in the charter, which I don't have at my fingertips right now.
Great. All right. Are there any other questions from council? If not, we need a motion, and the recommended action has all three resolutions combined together if council wishes to do that.
Mayor Piana, I move to approve all three resolutions, one allowing outdoor use of street or parking lot, outdoor use of sidewalk and right-of-way, and additional vending. And I would add the proposed amendment to adopt application fees and rental rates as outlined in the CED department presentation this evening.
Support.
Mayor, if I may ask, I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may ask for a clarification, the recommendation says temporary use, but what was spoken did not mention temporary use.
It's the temporary is up to December 31st, 2020.
I know, but the motion that was made didn't, Councilwoman James in her motion didn't say temporary use.
Pardon me, I apologize. I was referring to the titles of the resolutions. I believe the resolutions themselves set forth the end date. But
through the chair, if the motion is to adopt all three resolutions which reference the end date, I think that's sufficient, Councilman Pollica.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
No, that's okay. Thank you for the clarification. All right. Motion's on the floor, supported. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Pollica.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes, and I'd just like to add thank you for all the work that went into this. This was well done.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes, and I echo Councilwoman James' comments. You guys are working your tails off, and I just appreciate it. All right, moving on to 9C, and this is consideration of partnership contract with the Ferndale Area Chamber of Commerce for business support services, and the amount not to exceed $20,000 charged to the community programs. The account number is listed as submitted by the Community and Economic Development Director. And I believe, Jordan, you are on deck again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You are right. I will be brief with this item, but of course it'll go as deep as you'd like in any questions or elements of this. It was the item I alluded to in the previous item, which after, and really this topic has been explored for, I would say at least a year leading up to the pandemic. As Joy Wells came to the chamber, as new leadership came to the board, as the city went through its strategic planning processes, a lot of thought had gone into rethinking how might the city and the chamber better partner together, maximize results for the business community throughout the city, whether or not they're a member of the chamber. And looking at the way we do economic development, thinking about the performance metrics we want. What does that mean to us? What is success? What is economic prosperity? And as we've kind of defined that, and as Joy has led the effort of what is the role of a modern chamber of commerce? How do we engage our businesses? And how do we stick around for the long haul to provide value? In addition, the city had been developing the Open in Ferndale platform for economic development. And then the pandemic hit. And so bandwidth limitations became very real, but business needs didn't go away. In fact, they intensified. So what is before you is a proposal to engage in a one-year partnership with the chamber where they will provide additional person power. And we roughly equated that to the bandwidth of a part-timer working 20 hours a week. Just to give a frame of reference, not a hard and fast comparison, but it was just it was an attempt to give a generalized expectation for the scale of work being done under this partnership. It's not replacing me or my department. It's supplementing that and providing the extra firepower we need during this time. As we roll out pilots like you just approved, as we continue one-on-one business engagement to make sure that that level of service and that level of availability not only doesn't drop for the businesses, but also doesn't affect the ability of CED to deliver core services outside of business support, permits, code enforcement, general engagement of residents, navigating on development projects, all the other business that the CED department maintains. And so if approved, what this contract would allow is Joy Wells of the Chamber and leveraging the Chamber's resources and contacts and network would become a member of the city. Within this scope, they would still maintain their independence. They would still have their own sort of resource and consistent resource for this. And a lot of what it focuses on, verbatim, but just to give you the highlights, what it focuses on is direct their wellness calls or their direct businesses. Those who become available and comfortable based on business preferences, helping assess business needs, helping provide timely information on the fluid landscape legally of what business can open and what are your protocols and how does that work. Joy has proven working in that. This pandemic has started. E-distributions. Oakland County came down with hundreds of kits for businesses. Joy led the logistics, securing a venue for distribution, following up with businesses that didn't get their kit, needed another kit, et cetera, worked with us hand in hand, giving out those business grants that the county gave down, and also developing parts of the scope of the business support budget. She's going to be there to help us distribute content, get it out to the businesses, and then also help maintain that feedback loop as we learn from these pilots and work on shared advertisement and promotion of the city. She's going to be an indispensable part of our team, and it's just going to let us amplify our overall efforts. At the same time, in terms of, and Joe mentioned resiliency, this is a city partner that does not have revenue coming in right now. And so the city has been a member of the chamber. We've participated in the events and the functions and worked to maintain this as an integral community asset. This is an investment in the chamber in that capacity in the same way that we will benefit tangibly from the work that will be done, the quantifiable business visits, the updating of our own business database, the generation of content for our businesses, and that precious one-on-one time working with businesses and building those relationships and the intangibles that creates of building a sense of community and maintaining it will also be helping ensure the resiliency of the chamber as they transition, elevate their game, and modify their role as a modern chamber going forward. So it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. And if you were to look through the item and if you look through the agreement, and if you'd like, I can screen share on that. I won't read the whole darn thing, but just so you could see it. For those who haven't had a chance to review or haven't seen it at home, I've got that up here now. Somebody tell me if you can't see it. But you can see there's very specific activities that are laid out, things that will be furnished to the city that are measurable, that my department will be monitoring on a monthly basis. We'll be looking at if they want payment, they'll have to deliver those tangible things that we're asking for, logs of their business visits, portfolios showing me the content they created and they put out and the feedback. So if they made 10 business calls and those businesses had 15 requests, what happened to those requests and were they delivered on and what did we learn? Excuse me. And then measures of success. Now this is a pilot and we're not going to hold the FAC to these goals. Excuse me, I apologize. But the point is, if we're going to make this kind of investment, we're going to set goals for ourselves as a city, and we're going to strive to hit these targets. And we look at these as opportunities to up our game as a city for business engagement, for business support. And so these are going to be our aspirations. But for the FAC, it's a very realistic, it's very meaningful and helpful, measurable tasks that they're going to do for us. So that person power is quantified in those categories leading up to the end of the contract. But you can see the payment schedule. If I can scroll a little less cumbersomely, I keep skipping it over. That is not Freudian. I apologize. I can't get there. So there we go. If you look at the bottom of this page, you can see how the payments are staggered. And before the payment is given, there's a review by my department to make sure that we are getting what we're paying for. And so, the old adage of trust but verify. So all those payments are split up. And we have the right to break this agreement if there's a breach, if there's a failure to deliver. I don't believe that will happen, but we have that out. And so this is an opportunity to mutually support each other and help each other at a very critical time, both for our institutions, but more importantly for our business community. So that's the crux of this. And with that, I'd like to take any questions.
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
I actually don't have any questions, but I did want to comment that for years we have been trying to create an opportunity for the DDA, the city, and the chamber to work together. And it's kind of a shame that it's taken a pandemic to do it, but I'm actually really glad that we finally have a way that these three great organizations can finally work together to support the businesses. So this is really, really wonderful, Jordan. Thank you.
Any other comments from council?
I had a quick question on engagement. So as part of our KPIs measuring success, we're asking for business engagement rate of 60% or higher. Do we have a solid definition of what engagement is and what maybe meaningful engagement is?
That's a good question. So the way we're looking at engagement, so the item there talks about the number of businesses reached by direct engagement. And what I mean by that, so you asked an important question. There's a distinction. There's not just the touch point. It's for lack of a better word, the quality of the touch point. Businesses, when they do marketing, they talk about a phrase called conversions. So, okay, I bought a bunch of ads. How many of those turned into sales? So in a similar vein, what we're going to look at, what we're going to count as a quote unquote business being reached is, did they not only receive an email blast, but did they open it? What was the open rate? And then did they do something with it? So you could take that several levels. Like think of it in the context of an email. So we're going to count whether it was an email, a phone call, or a one-on-one visit. And so that's the attempt. What we're going to count as reached is that, okay, you called and you left a voicemail and nothing happened. That doesn't count as a business being reached. That counts as an attempt. But what we'll count as a reach is at least one level past the initial contact, is that there was a conversation, there was an engagement, and there was an acknowledgement of that business connecting with our institutions and being made aware of resources that they have at their disposal, or us being made aware of a need that they have. That's going to count as being reached under this. And so what we'll do, the rest of this is learning. The rest of this is taking the opportunity to learn from our businesses is how effective truly are we at meeting those needs? So there's that business engagement, but the idea as you kind of go down that list, part of the focus there is evaluating our game and saying, okay, we're engaging them and we're getting their needs, but are we delivering, like the sort of think of the reverse conversion rate. We're finding out what their needs are, but are we meeting them? And so a lot of what this is about is building that better mousetrap of not only making our outreach more effective, and making that relationship stronger, but then taking a look critically at how we meet those business needs and are we meeting them? And asking ourselves in the same way we're going to do with the pilot that you approved in the previous item, that after action review. So we're going to have sort of a dynamic as we go through this, looking at our methods and looking at what's coming out of them, but then also sitting down as a whole and saying, what did we learn from this pilot? And what does that mean for what our economic development efforts need to be in the city of Ferndale, in City Hall? And as we look to, and as Greg kind of talked about, for lack of a better word, formalizing this business response team that we've cobbled together with the DDA, the chamber, and the city, breaking down silos and really upping our effectiveness in terms of working as a unit, that's kind of how we're going to approach this. So probably a longer answer than you expected or maybe even wanted out of this, but that's kind of how we're looking at that engagement. It's more, we want to, at a minimum, we want to know that there was a knowledge transfer of we understand your needs and you understand that there's a resource and that we're here, and we're gonna evaluate from there. We're gonna work to make sure that we're generating positive outcomes as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just one more thing. Do we have any flexibility on the scope of this? Because in noticing some of the KPI associated with the level of safe business activity renewed in our business districts, having a survey conducted at the end of the agreement, so 12 months into the agreement, I feel like there would be a missed opportunity to touch on those businesses and to do a survey sometime soon to see if the action that we're taking in implementing some of the increased parking spaces and outdoor dining opportunities, if those have a positive impact on a very short-term basis.
So we actually, with this contract, will have latitude to do that. Now, I know it says survey at the end in that item, but one of the things that we built in here is one of the things that the chamber is going to work with us on is our communication elements. And the way we set that up is sort of, to overuse another overused phrase, is you don't know what you don't know. So because we don't necessarily know all the messaging we're going to want to do during this year, we decided when Joy and I put this together to say, well, we're going to agree on content on a monthly basis. We'll agree on it ahead of time, and that also helps us measure success. If we agree that Joy is going to do 5 pieces for us and I only get 4, I could very easily say, well, you know, we agreed to this. In that mechanism, on a monthly basis, we can decide that, hey, we want to do an additional survey. So the way this contract is designed, that one at the end is the minimum. That has to happen. If we want to do additional surveys, that's part of that monthly communication. So if in the first month we want to do this, at the kickoff meeting, if this is approved, we can decide that, hey, this thing kicks off July 1. So, you know, July 15th, we want to do a survey. And we can design that and build that into our communication. And by the way, that's an open invitation, you know, whether it's from the public or from council. If there are things that people want to know or want to see come out of this, we can take in that feedback of what people would like to see. And so you better believe I'm noting that down. And in terms of that desire for that survey, we'll flesh that out with Joy. We'll put that as part of the package and slot it in to happen earlier. And that can happen on top of any surveys that happen at the end. So absolutely, we have the latitude for that.
All right. I do have one final question. I noticed that there is no termination clause in this agreement for 1 year. Knowing that this agreement is dependent on Joy Wells, if for some reason she departed, would this agreement still stand, and would we be paying for the chamber?
Good question. So
that scenario happened.
That is definitely something we would as a bridge we would cross if we come to it. Now we do have, and I apologize, I thought that was in here. I might have pulled up an old version by mistake. But, and I suppose I'll punt this to Dan Christ. I do believe we have the option to terminate with 30 days written notice. Yes, here we go.
That is what we talked about. I'm looking for where exactly in the...
In item 2. Sorry, Dan, I punted to you, but I found it, of course.
Bottom of page 1 there.
So there you go. So at that last paragraph, it may be terminated by either party with 30 days written notice for any reason in either party's discretion. So basically, it also just reasserts the maximum funding there too. So if that happened, and if Joy left, God forbid, if Joy left and we decided that we didn't have any more confidence in the ability of this to deliver, we could make that out. And we would only pay for services rendered, and that would be the end of it. So we do have that out.
Yep. Okay. Seeing no more questions from council, we need a motion to proceed.
If I may, Mayor, I motion to approve the partnership contract with the Ferndale Area Chamber of Commerce for business support services in an amount not to exceed $20,000 charged to community programs, account number 101-371.880-000.
Support.
Moved by Polika, supported by Mikulski. Any other comments before the vote?
Yeah, I want to make a quick comment. This might sound like it's completely out of left field, but I'm in support of this, so I plan to vote yes for this. But I just feel like I need to acknowledge that there's a part of my sort of core philosophy that really tends away from, you know, city governments getting too intermingled with very specifically business-oriented organizations like chambers. But I also feel like Ferndale's a unique beast insofar as our chamber and our businesses are so full of small businesses and residents, and our residents very much strongly desire to keep and support the type of businesses that we have in our community. That again, though sometimes the theory behind these kinds of cooperative agreements and support wouldn't necessarily be something I'd support in this community, so it works, and I'm happy to support it tonight.
You know, I really appreciate you mentioning that, Councilwoman James, because I was going to bring it up. I too am going to be supportive of this, but I have skeptical thoughts as well, particularly with 15 years being in the nonprofit sector, being an executive, managing nonprofits. And while I'm very supportive of the chamber and always have been, that the line for me is between membership recruitment, which is not the role of the city. And while we're giving them a leg up to help them, while we're doing two things. We are expanding on the value proposition that they provide right now with the expertise of Joy Wells as their operations manager, and clearly filling a need during this time. And I think that value proposition has been recognized by council tonight, and that is important and critical, and harks back to the comment that Councilwoman James has just said. But the gray area, the gray matter is recruitment, membership-based, fee-based organization, and that I don't want to see us starting to support that type of activity through this agreement, or be seen as that we are the city government is trying to help the chamber recruit. And so I'd be very cautious, and if that ever became a complaint, that would put, for me, this agreement at risk. So with that said, Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pretend Lakes May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, moving along. We are now at 9D. Consideration of the resolution authorizing an interfund loan to the auto parking fund for the general fund in the amount not to exceed $2 million. And this is the final approval of a long, unfortunate occurrence back in February that has been discussed every month leading up to this point. City Manager, will you take it away? You're muted.
I do that once a day. Through the chair, I will lead this introduction. It is the finance director's item, but I will introduce it, and then we will work through questions from City Council. As the mayor suggested, we initially presented City Council with an unexpected change order request in February that we knew would be very disruptive to the project budget. We presented initial options, and we've since then moved through those options. However, compounded on top of that has been the COVID-19 implications towards the parking fund and just the downtown system in general, which certainly has had also additional adverse impacts which aren't yet unknown on the performance of the parking system through the end of the year. So what this item is consistent with what we've been alluding to, that as the fiscal year ends on June 30th, we would present council with a 5-year term sheet for a temporary loan from general fund cash reserves, not the general fund operating fund, but it's an important distinction from cash reserves that the city does have. That would be not to exceed $2 million. So that would suggest that we don't understand the final loan value, but we don't believe it won't exceed $2 million. So the goal would be to minimize the loan value as much as possible. Cheryl Stubblefield, the Director of Finance, can certainly speak to what the year-end reconciliation process looks like and why you don't have all those final numbers. And Cheryl, I'll go ahead and allow you just to kind of introduce this, and I think this will serve as an introduction for the item after this too, which discusses the year-end budgetary closeout reconciliation item.
Thanks, Joe. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So part of the stuff that we do at the end of the year is just kind of going through the books and money that we've spent on assets, we converted to assets. We still have probably at the end of June, at least another 45 days of invoices and bills that we get in from vendors for services that were rendered prior to June 30. Accounting regulation states that, you know, I track those expenditures when they're spent, not necessarily when we pay them. So as the bills come through for the next 45 days, 60 days, you're going to see some invoices through the whole city as well as parking for the end of the fiscal year. So it takes us a while to kind of wrap it up. If you think about reconciling your checkbook, you know, you kind of got to wait till you get all your, you know, your credit card bills in and things like that so that you can tell what it's going to look like. And those are the things that we do at the end of the year. We go through and I make entries for spreading the interest to the different funds. I spread the healthcare costs. As you probably know, we are self-funded for healthcare. So I don't really know how much we've spent for the year until the end of the year. And then I spread that to all the departments based on how many employees are in those departments. So there's a lot of steps that go into just kind of tidying up, if you will, the financial statements to get them ready. And once we do that, then we know where our position is at June 30. So that's why I may not necessarily know at any particular point in time where things are at. They're a snapshot, but I need to look at, you know, if I've paid interest in April, that's 6 months worth of interest on a bond. I can't put that whole 6 months of interest in the financial statements. I have to break that out and I have to put the part that applies to the current fiscal year and the current fiscal year and vice versa with the rest of it. So there's a lot of puttering around, if you will, with the numbers in the financial statements to get them ready for the auditors to come out. So that's why we're not exactly sure how that's going to wash out. We do know that that loan will not exceed $2 million, and that's why we drew up that term sheet. I have had several conversations with our internal auditors, our external auditors. They actually gave me some samples of other term sheets from other communities around the U.S., and that's how I came up with most of the language in that. So it's really a very common thing. And actually in 2 weeks, I'm going to a webinar that MGFOA is having that talks specifically about cash flow loans from other funds for Michigan governments, because everybody is having these kind of issues with COVID and things like that. So I can assure you that this is not it's a one-off for us, but it's not a one-off for communities in Michigan and communities around the U.S. who have been having some of these cash flow issues with COVID. Do you guys have any questions about the loan sheet?
I do. In looking at the agenda, I have our loan amortization schedule, but I don't have the term sheet.
Well, there's a resolution for the loan amortization schedule, that we follow that amortization schedule to do the payments. So those together are the term sheet.
Okay, so there's no formalized sort of like contract.
No, the formalized piece will be the resolution that you adopt based on that, the term sheet for the 2 million.
Yeah, through the chair, the motion language is actually the enforcing text there, and the motion language clarifies the term in terms of duration and the interest rate. And the amortization is a document that supports that motion.
Okay.
A little bit different from the private sector, which you have a lot of expertise in. So it's a good question. Any other questions from council at this time? All right. This has been discussed pretty much every month since February, when the need for support from the general fund to make this project keep going, so that we can have office space. If there's no other questions from council, we would need a motion at this time.
I move to approve the resolution authorizing an interfund loan to the auto parking fund from the general fund in an amount not to exceed $2 million, to be repaid over a term of 5 years at 1% interest rate.
Support. Moved by Polika and supported by James. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call if there's no other comments at this time?
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, we're moving on to 9E, which is the consent agenda item 8Q, which is approval of the year-end budget amendment for fiscal year 2019-2020. And this was moved to be after the auto parking fund resolution authorizing the interloan, because it is part of the budget amendment. Who would like to introduce this? Is this Cheryl or is this Jill?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
So, the budget process starts in January, February. So the adopted budget that we have right now is the adopted budget that was started in January, February of 2019. And since then, I was trying to keep track of how many people have left, and I stopped at 3 mayors, 8 council members, 2 city managers, 2 city assistant managers, 3 DDA employees, and hopefully the same finance director. So as you can see, when you go through the course of starting a budget and ending a budget, there's a lot of things that happen. The budget that we present is a line item budget. And I'm going to kind of use one of Jordan's examples in his community services for 818 and 371. Our original budget back in 19 for that was $150,000. So what we did when we went through the budget process this year in January, February, and March, I asked all the departments to also look at their current budget and make any updates for things as the year has gone through, and that's what they do. So typically I would bring this budget change to you in March or April, but as we kind of know, 2020 is kind of have a mind of its own. So it needs to be adopted before the end of the fiscal year, so I'm bringing it to you now. And really what's going on is instead of taking, instead of spending the money maybe in demolition costs, now we're going to spend them in contractual services. So the big amount that changes in that budget amendment is the $2 million. But for the bulk of it, you've seen all that stuff in the March conversations that we've had about the budget. and the directions that departments were going and things that we were changing, especially when you have a new leadership. Some of the goals that you had in 19 have shifted, and the priorities have shifted for those goals. So what this budget does is this is really where we ended up the year and what it's going to look like. Now, I think that there are going to be some revenues that are going to be shorter, and there's definitely going to be some expenditures that are going to be lower just because of COVID. And because it's a once in a lifetime thing, even my ability to do a pretty good budget, I'm stumped. I know what the state is saying they're going to give us, but it's really hard to figure out what that's going to look like. I think that this budget will suffice for what we had in place. And then when we all sit down again in August and September, we're going to have a different approach to budgeting. We're going to be a program-based budgeting. It's going to be priority-based, and it's going to be a lot easier to look at measurements and goals and make sure that the things that we're spending money on are the things that are really taking hold for us, and those are the things that we want. They're going to have measurable items that we'll be able to gauge them by. And so instead of just putting money in to, programs for CED, we're actually going to have some data that's going to tell us whether those programs are working or not. So what I'm asking you for here is, this is an update for the fiscal year 20 budget, which ends in 8 days. Oof. And then this will be behind us. So if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Through the chair, I would only add that council does also have a scheduled budget adjustment scheduled for September following your strategic plan update. And that's for fiscal 21. So that's really the same kind of procedural item. Only this time we know we have a new city council, we had a pandemic, and we were intentional about scheduling a pre-scheduled adjustment in that quarter.
And I do want to remind folks that we are very open and transparent with our budgeting process and make the budgets available through budget hearings, budget discussions, and provide those documents and presentations the entire time that the city council is tackling the budget. So the amendment is the amendment vote is sort of a standard perfunctory approval that all cities have to do along the way.
Well, and to that end, I would like to add that, my phone number and my email is published. I have met with several citizens talking about individual things, whether it's their property tax or how the tax works or how the Headley works or even how the budgets work. And I am always available if anyone has questions about something specific in the budget or a line item or a process. My office is always available to sit down with people and help them understand better, because I get from anybody that it's a completely different language, and it's governmental accounting is a different animal than most people are used to. So I've always made myself available to have those conversations.
All right, any questions from council? Who's ready to entertain a motion?
I move to approve the year-end budget amendment for fiscal year 2019-2020 as submitted by the Finance Director.
Support.
Moved by James and supported by Mikulski. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, moving on to 9F, which is consideration to renew the city's coverage with the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority at a cost of $76,146. So is this Cheryl or is this Joe?
It's actually,
I can take this if you want. I do believe Keith is probably on the line with us, but this is the city is self-funded for our insurance and our liability, and this is the total cost, $776,000 is the total cost of our insurance policy for the year for fiscal 2021. Keith does a great job of looking at, what kinds of things we've had in the past, making sure that our deductibles and our stop loss caps are appropriate. And then this gets spread. Covers all of our vehicles, all of our people for liability, all of our buildings. This is basically our, AAA, if you will, for the city as a whole. It's a 1-year policy, and it could look new to you guys because I don't think this has ever come to council before. I think it's just been assumed that we need it and got signed off on.
I think it's usually have come through consent agenda.
Yeah.
So it has been approved every year, but it's come through consent agenda. And I asked that we put it on regular agenda with our new council members and with its biggest price tag on it, just so you can ask questions about the purpose of MMRMA and the necessity we need it, this insurance.
I will also add that this is the MMRMA is an insurance pool that Ferndale has been a part of for a very long time. We're not quite a charter member, but we're pretty close. And so we get the benefit of a different kind of a calculation when they're figuring out what the rates are. We usually get about a $200,000 to a $250,000 rebate each year. Once all the money from the different communities goes into a pool, it's an insurance that's owned by the insured. And so if money isn't spent in that insured pool, people get a portion of their renewal back. So I think this year we got like $215. The year before we got $250. It's usually around that. So the net to us is usually about $500,000.
And just for scenarios, has Ferndale ever had to take advantage of this recently?
Yeah, like I said, it also covers our autos and our building, and I don't think we've had any liability coverage that we've had to take advantage of in several years, but we have had, like, if somebody accidentally hits the garage door going into DPW, then this would cover the door repair and the vehicle repair. And we also use this when we had an incident with another city vehicle that was totaled. So it was covered under this insurance as well.
All right.
Through the chair. Does this cover lawsuits?
The liability portion of it does, Greg.
Thank you. I actually knew that answer, but I wanted you to confirm it.
Through the chair, so I have some familiarity with this self-insured pooled program that we participate in, and it's because of civil liability lawsuits. I'm familiar with the opposite side of this. So just for, I guess, my own edification and for residents, can anyone speak to the benefits or the factors that go into deciding for this kind of a pooled risk pool as opposed to a more traditional private insurance that the city just pays for a policy that's much more similar to the insurance coverage that most of us are familiar with in our own, insuring our own cars and houses and so forth?
If I may, through the chair, I think one of the biggest benefits is we are basically owners of the insurance. So instead of those profits going to the insurance company, if there are no incidents that have to be covered, the profits all come back to the cities that are in the pool. So that's why we get a rebate of 200. One year it was like $350,000. It just depends on the cities that are in the pool, and we end up with a higher percentage back because we've been in the pool for so long. So I think for us, it's more advantageous because we're truly owners of the insurance company. And so any profits don't go to someone you don't see and the money just doesn't go away. It comes back to us as insured in the pool.
All right. Would like to make a motion.
I move to approve the renewal of the city's coverage with the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority at a cost of $776,146 to be charged to account 101-940-914.000, then spread to the appropriate funds, and to authorize the city clerk to execute the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority coverage proposal and stop loss participation agreement.
Support.
Moved by Polika, supported by Leaks May. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
And Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piano.
Yes. And finally, on our regular agenda tonight, we have 9G, which is former consent agenda item 8B as in boy, approval of resolution honoring Juneteenth as commitment to liberty and equality and recognizing the third Saturday in June as Juneteenth National Freedom Day as submitted by Special Events Director. And who is introducing this item this evening? Thanks, Joe.
Twice in 10 minutes. Through the chair, I will introduce this on behalf of Michael Leary. I'm not seeing him on my panelist list. At the previous city council meeting, city council did pass a resolution about anti-racism, and one of the first deliverable tasks was to bring back a proclamation for the city of Ferndale to locally recognize Juneteenth as an official holiday. The special events director is also responsible for managing our other equity and inclusion programs. And so Michael took to some research and partnered with the city manager's graduate management assistant, Tanisha Woods McSwain, to prepare a summary of research of other cities in Michigan that actually observed this, and also the state government of Michigan who actually observes this since Act 48 was passed in 2005 by the Granholm administration. So all of that is wrapped up in a resolution recommendation that was presented by Michael Leary that does have a basis of celebrating the third Saturday in June as Juneteenth, which is based off of the state of Michigan's proclamation. That said, if the city council would like to locally prepare for that festival on a static June 19th date, that certainly could be, the resolution certainly could be amended.
Mayor, if I may, I'm the one that requested that this be pulled off the consent agenda, and the reason that I did is for very much the reasons that Mr. Flores during call to audience mentioned, and that was recognizing the actual day of the event, of the historical event, which is June 19th. I think putting a day of the week kind of for lack of a better word, whitewashes the value of the event that happened. And I think over time, people tend to forget what day the actual event occurred. We have a number of days throughout the year where we have a specific day that is recognized as the holiday, but we might celebrate it on a Saturday or a Friday instead. And I think that would be much more appropriate for Ferndale than solely recognizing the day as just the third Saturday. So I am requesting that we change the recommended action to reflect the actual date of the event. And so I would make the motion at this point, and when I'm assuming we can have further discussion, I would make the motion that we approve the resolution honoring Juneteenth, a commitment to liberty and equality, and recognizing the 19th of June as Juneteenth National Freedom Day.
Support.
Moved by Pollock and supported by James. Are there any comments by council?
I do have a comment.
No, you go first, Rylan.
So I can tell you that earlier today, I had concerns regarding the fact that this holiday was not going to be acknowledged on June 19th, the actual day that it should. And it disturbed me a little, it disturbed me actually quite a lot that we had chosen, or another day was proposed, just kind of, I don't know, out of the drop, just by the drop of a hat, to make it like the third Thursday of this Saturday. My problem with that is that it doesn't acknowledge the actual day that it happened, as Councilman Pollock stated. Along those lines, it doesn't acknowledge the day that we should be acknowledging this holiday. And two, it's just a way to say, okay, well, we'll put it on this day and forget about the day that it actually happened. And I don't want the city's perception to be as such, and nor do I want to feel as if I'm being personally insulted by saying, well, we're going to do it this way and just forget about the day that it really happened. I was prepared to vote no. I was actually going to pull this request for action from the consent agenda, but having read some notes regarding a possible amendment earlier today, I decided that I was satisfied with being able to amend it, as Councilman Pollock did say. Now, granted, we could have a celebration on a Saturday, but I think we should go even further, and we have time to do that considering the holiday will happen again next year, to talk about and discuss it actually being a day, a recognized holiday. And with all recognized holidays through the city, there's free parking, there's the day off for work, community city workers, city halls closed in observance, the whole shebang. So I would like to see us discuss this even further. Yes, acknowledging the day, yes, making it a holiday, but then discussing how we're going to proceed and move forward with it.
I support all these this change, and I'm just going to apologize for council, and that we really did have a sense of urgency around the anti-racism declaration and got that done very quickly. And I think there was no malintent with adopting the governor's recommendation for the third Saturday. And so this is an easy early fix to get us on the right path with doing justice for this holiday, this new holiday for the city. And I think staff can provide a recommendation on all the HR functions that impact city operations as relates to administering this holiday as an organization. And then the second part is what will the city do to help celebrate this event with our community? I think there's two parts here. And that our special events director can help build towards your vision, council's vision, and our vision of the community of what we could be doing, what we can afford to do, given that balance. So I think this is the right direction. I hear you, Raylon, and I think I have no issue with this tonight at all. And we'll, as I said, our Declaration of Anti-Racism document was imperfect, and it looks like we started off right away, so that's okay. We're going to fix this.
Mayor, if I may add, please. I just want to take a moment to also thank Denicia and Mr. Larry for all of their work, because I know they spent a lot of time and energy researching, and they did come up with the recommendation of the third Saturday based on what a lot of communities are doing across the country and even through the state of Michigan. But, you know, we do things a little differently here in Ferndale, and so sometimes we need to make a little shift over from what's always recommended. But I did want to recognize their work.
Thank you.
I want to support and echo that. Well, first I want to say that I'm the one who drafted that particular language in the anti-racism resolution, and I think it bears repeating that the resolution that we passed said we proclaim that on June 19th, 2020, and each anniversary thereafter, the city of Ferndale will celebrate Juneteenth in recognition that on June 19th, 1865, emancipation finally reached the last Confederate state more than 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed into law. Sorry to take that time, but that was my original intent, was to recognize the holiday on that date. And I echo Councilman Polika's sentiment that I appreciate the input from staff in looking at other examples in Michigan. And I think it's sort of one of those things where good intentions of putting it on a weekend allows more flexibility for programming and people who don't have the day off work and so forth. But I think this allows us an opportunity to be a leader and an example that the date itself should be the date for celebration. So I don't. So I'm supporting the holiday language as amended by Councilman Polika, and I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May. I think very important statement about how ignoring the real date could really be hurtful and problematic moving forward.
Excellent. All right, do we need to vote on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, and that concludes our regular agenda items. And now we are moving on to call to council. And
if I could, Mayor Piana, I wanted to. I didn't want to cut into the time in which we were speaking of all the topics that we had to talk about, but I did want to acknowledge and read the proclamation that we adopted earlier regarding the 30th, this being the 30-year anniversary of inclusion, accessibility, and ADA compliance. And I am sorry, I have so many papers here, I can't locate it. Just a second.
Is this for, are you circling back to an agenda item, or would you like to wait?
It was a consent agenda item.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I think that I mentioned that I wanted to read at the end.
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, it's late.
That I may not get to do because we've talked about so many things that I don't seem to, I had it in front of me all of this time and now I don't seem to have it in front of me. Give me just one moment.
Would you like to?
I have it. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. At the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Ferndale, Oakland County, Michigan, held virtually on June 22nd, 2020, the following resolution that was moved and supported. July 26, 2020 marks the 30th anniversary of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, a milestone for accessibility and civil rights for people with disabilities. And the City of Ferndale, Michigan proclaims the month of July 2020 to be a celebration of accessibility and Accessibility and Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Month, whereupon the month will be taken to highlight the history, organization, and practices that promote inclusion for people with disabilities. And the City of Ferndale also proclaims actions wherein we take time to reflect each week on different types of disability and how the city and our community can continue to improve and to be a place of choice to live and work. And the City of Ferndale created the Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Commission to study the challenges relating to persons with visual, hearing, cognitive, or mobility impairments and their interaction with the community, and to advise City Council on its findings. And the City of Ferndale vision as the benchmark for the modern community that embraces the richness of diversity and brings inclusive hospitality to life, includes a strong commitment to serve all members of our community. And the City of Ferndale, Michigan affirms the principle of equality and inclusion for people with disabilities as set forth for the state of Michigan and as embodied in the ADA, the laws of the state of Michigan, and the ordinance of the City of Ferndale. And now therefore be it resolved, the Ferndale City Council hereby extends greetings and best wishes to all observing July 2020 as a celebration of Accessibility and Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Month. Adopted unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. All right, we're moving on to call to council and changing a little bit of a format here. I have asked, rather than me go through every department director and ask if they have comments, I've asked Joe to determine who would like to speak tonight from a department and run through that list.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I have requested engagement from staff, and we will tick down my list. Beginning with the city clerk, can you please provide us an update?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that our AV ballots had to be reprinted. They were due in on June 20th, and due to a judgeship becoming incumbent rather than non-incumbent, that candidate wished to have the ballot updated, and it has been, and they have put a rush on our ballots. They will be here the beginning of next week, and we will have them stuffed and in the mail, but they're going to be going out just a bit later than I was anticipating. Also wanted to promote the Michigan Voter Information Center. They have recently updated their programming to allow for folks to apply for an absentee ballot directly from that program. No need to mail anything or email us. It just uses your signature from the driver's license or your Michigan ID. And that again is the Michigan Voter Information Center. It's vote.michigan.gov. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next up is the Finance Director, who has some updates to share about tax bills.
Yes, everyone's favorite time of year. Sorry. So tax bills will be hitting the mail stream July 1st. We're still going to have the drop box available for people to make payments, and the coupons are also going out. So Ferndale is very fortunate that we are one of the communities that allows 8 payments without penalty or interest as long as you pay it by the end of that month. I try and get the coupons to go out at the same time the tax bills do, but I have a vendor doing that and I can never get them out at the same time. So be patient. Your coupons for your 8 payments are coming. If you don't have them by like the second week in July, then go ahead and give our office a call. We can send you another set or tell you what the payment is, and you can go ahead and make your payments online or in the Dropbox. By then we'll have office hours open. You'll be able to come in and make payments as well. But the tax bills come out July 1, they hit the mail stream. Hopefully the coupons will be in front of them, but that's really, really wishful thinking on my part. So that's the only update that I have. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may ask our finance director, do you know when we can expect to see the information online for our properties?
Yeah, that is, Greg, that's a good question. I am working with the county now, getting all of the rates updated. Typically, the online is available a couple of days before July 1, but we can't turn it on to accept payments until July 1 because of the way the statute is written. But you should be able to see that within, but by the beginning of next week, you should have it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Finance. Next up is the Fire Department and Police Department. I'm going to ask you both to provide a brief update on fireworks. We posted a story on the city's website that has caught a lot of engagement. So, Chief Piché, can you speak a little bit about fire safety? And Captain Emmett, can you speak a little bit about how residents should contact dispatch if they have some concerns?
Sorry, this is Dennis. This is the fire marshal. The chief's been in class. So I'm sorry. A little nervous here.
No worries.
What was it that?
No problem. Fire Marshal Barr, we're just looking for the fire department to give an update on burn permit inspections and the application process, and also just some guidance for the public about how to celebrate the 4th of July.
So the burn permits, fill out the application online, and we'll get out there to do the inspection within about a week. Keep it to clean wood products, no burning scrap or yard waste. Keep your neighbors in mind when you're out there burning the wood, and try to respect their wishes also as far as smoke. Sorry.
No, you're actually good. That's perfect. That's what we were looking for.
If you want a reminder on some of the specific rules regarding fireworks, a reminder that the city's ordinance precludes the use of consumer fireworks except on June 29th through July 4th, each evening until 11:45 p.m. And then another reminder, state law precludes the ignition or discharge of fireworks on public property. So it has to be from private property.
And Captain Emmett can close out this discussion on fireworks just by providing an update to the public on how they should contact dispatch if they have concerns. Well, it's been a long meeting, so I have that number in my head. So go ahead and contact non-emergency dispatch if there are any concerns about ordinance violations at 248-541-3650. It is not an inconvenience at all. Oftentimes that's what we hear. Residents don't want to call because they perceive it to be an inconvenience, but it's actually what we do. So we encourage you to please call that number if you do have any concerns, and we will go out and investigate for the ordinance. Now our Parks and Rec Department, Director Lorena Wheeler, can you provide an update for us?
Good evening. Yes, I have a couple updates. First, through our Project Play grant that we received through the Ralph C. Wilson's Foundation, we are running a pilot program for them where they will be donating Project Play kits. So we'll be getting 100 kits per week through the month of July, where we'll be handing out to the community for free. And so again, that's 100 per week. So that's 400 kits total. Each kit will have a different theme. So one kit may be more soccer themed, another kit may be boxing themed, and so on and so forth. And each kit for each week is sponsored by one of our partners, such as Detroit Pistons, Playworks, Detroit City Football Club, and Downtown Boxing Gym. So we'll have more details on when and how those kits are going to be distributed, but these are for the youth. And we will be handing them out at Coolidge. So more information will be coming, but I just wanted to get that out there since we won't have another council meeting until July, second week in July, and we may start before then. Also, as part of that kit, each person that gets a kit will get a video link from the partners that I mentioned, which will provide tips on training and utilizing equipment that was provided. In addition, we are working on craft boxes that we will have available for the community as well, our youth. There may be a nominal fee for the boxes if it isn't 100% grant funded. Some of the things we may do are for craft, like a fairy garden, and we're working with some of our partners to help put that together. So again, that'll be starting in July as well, to keep everybody in community active, especially during this time. Our senior wellness checks are ongoing, and we're continually working with the senior group. Luckily, there haven't been many needs so far from the calls that we can't handle with the resources we already have. So that's good news for now. Moving on with construction, the Geary Skate Park construction is set to start this Wednesday, June 24th. And that includes the installation of the retaining walls on the south side of the skate park. The Schiffer Park is also progressing. I'm sure when you go by, you see the construction, everything that's going on. It may not look like much, but there's a lot that's been accomplished. All the underground work is complete at Schiffer, and the site is currently being graded so we can move to the next phase. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Lorena. I have a daughter who would love to get a hold of one of those craft boxes. Great idea.
I would definitely let you know.
Now, DPW, can you give us an update on 4th of July, any service disruption, and then just any progress reports on infrastructure projects?
Yeah, so the biggest impact during the holiday season is curbside waste pickup. So with the 4th of July falling on a Saturday this year, services are normal. So normal pickup schedule, Monday through Friday for the week of the 4th. On top of that, business as usual with the DPW. We have our water main projects moving forward. The 2020 pavement improvement program is moving forward. We are still in the process of the water meter installation. So if you have not yet, please get with our contractor UMS and do schedule a water meter replacement. That is extremely important. And then once we get into fiscal year 2021, we will start back up on the cured in place pipe sewer lining program. And other than that, it's, cutting grass and watering flowers as much as we possibly can this time of year.
Thank you, Dan. And last but not least is me. I have just a general update reminder. We will restore access to the public at Ferndale City Hall on Monday, July 6th. We will have temporary operating hours. We will begin with a schedule of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Residents will be able to access the front entrance. We will have people available operating within the new public health requirements of City Hall. So July 6th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that will be the initial restoration of partial operating hours at City Hall. We will work with that for a couple of weeks and then announce that there's an expansion. Mayor, that is all we have for you tonight.
All right. Thank you for all the updates from staff. And now we're going to move on to council. And I'm just going to go at the top of my viewing list here. I'm going to start with Raylon, Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
All right. So I did get a question regarding the outdoor temporary use measures that we adopted tonight or approved for businesses. The question is, can we assure that the solutions will meet ADA guidelines? Will we be looking into that? So that is a question that, but I'm sorry, Joe, who would be in charge of determining that? Would it be?
Jordan Twardy and his planning director, Justin Lyons, would have to meet the ADA requirements as part of any solution.
So, Jordan, are you still on?
I am.
So perhaps we can set up a time where you can kind of come in and speak at one of the meetings at the accessibility and inclusion meetings, just to kind of give us a follow-up, if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, absolutely. Let's follow up offline. I'd be glad to make myself available for that.
Okay. Second, I'd like to thank everyone involved, this council in particular. I appreciate you all being so open and willing to have such open and honest conversations regarding racism, regarding support of holidays that oppressed African American people, holidays that we celebrate. However, we celebrate the freedom of African American people who were oppressed 2 years after the emancipation had been put forward. I really appreciate this community, this council supporting that. It's been some difficult times. I don't know, particularly for me, it's been hard to kind of focus because, well, when you're a mom and you have children who are affected, I mean, how can this not impact you on a day-to-day, especially when you're a mom of African-American children? So to know that I'm part of a council that supports this and a city that supports this means the world to me. So I want you to know that. So thank you for your hard work, and I look forward to us maintaining awareness, being proactive, and moving forward. Because if we really want Ferndale to be an inclusive community, we have to follow inclusive guidelines and show the community that we are inclusive. So I don't know, it just means the world to me, and I really appreciate that. I'd also like to say to everyone, since we will not be seeing each other on the 4th of July, to have a wonderful holiday, stay safe, be well, and that's really all that I have to say. A lot going on, and I just appreciate everything you all do. You all work so hard, and I'm really proud to be a part of the team, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, why don't we go to Councilwoman Mikulski.
I have no updates tonight.
Thank you. And Councilwoman James.
Super quickly, I know people have been really uncomfortable and in some ways really upset about lack of physical and social distancing and behaviors that they've observed, on Friday and Saturday nights downtown. I haven't been there myself. I haven't observed it myself, but I've heard a lot of observations about it. So for whatever it's worth, I just really want to encourage people that we've made it this far in reducing infections in Michigan, and let's keep it going. I know we want to support our businesses. I know we want to see our friends and be together and be a part of our community. But we need to maintain physical distance and social distance and wear masks when we're in any kind of close proximity. Please help us come together and really keep this thing at bay. The other quick announcement I want to make is Citizens for a Fair Ferndale is selling Black Lives Matter signs at fairferndale.org. You can get a sign for as little as $5, or you can donate more. All proceeds that go above just the straight up cost of the sign are going to the Detroit chapter of Black Lives Matter. Thanks.
Excellent. And Councilman Polka.
Thank you, Mayor. Except to wish everyone a wonderful 4th of July, Independence Day. Be safe, be well, social distance, wear your masks, and that is all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to express thanks publicly to Congressman Andy Levin. I am involved in the National League of Cities. I'm on their Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. But Congressman Levin has been leading the new HEROES Act, which is an investment in cities that are hard hit by the pandemic. And it's about investing in cities. And he is leading the bill advocacy with the House of Representatives, and he offered up to meet with any mayor who would like to be paired with a Republican mayor or Republican leading community. And I got him to join the National League of Cities federal policy annual discussion. And I just wanted to say thank you for supporting Michigan and participating in this important legislation that is struggling to move forward. So I just want to say, give a shout out to our congressman who has been working on our behalf. And I also wanted to follow up on saying that I am too practicing social distancing still. You won't see me at any bar or restaurant anytime soon in large crowds. I have a 99-year-old grandma and some family members who are still at risk, and I would like to see them. However, I am doing one-on-one meetings outside social distancing if you are interested in having a conversation with me in person, and yet you are willing to wear a mask as well. So I wanted to put that out there, and let me know if that's something you are interested in doing, because I would like to re-engage in the safest way possible as we move forward. And with that, I'm calling this meeting at 11:23. Everybody have a fantastic and safe 4th of July, and have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Everyone.